Good morning. Let's try that. Better? Maybe. Good morning, friends. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Try to get in a couple more. Nick, look what my coffee cup says today. It's probably a little fitting. Hi, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Nick. Nick's in the chat. Good morning, friends. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Let's see. How are we? I'm now looking over here in the chat instead of looking at you guys. Hi, friends. We'll have one more sip of coffee and then we'll jump in. How about that? How about that? Volume is up on the iPad. We don't want that for sure. Okay. Hello. Happy Saturday. Welcome, friends. Happy Saturday. We are together this morning to do one of our List With Me live listing sessions, creative listing sessions. If we haven't met before, hello and welcome to you. My name is Layle, and on Saturdays, when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel and we are doing what I like to call creative listings. So now I've got running through my head my whole how I started listing. Quick segue. We are very, very, very deep right now in the process of the 2023 Listing with Layle idea book. And so yesterday, the day before, I don't know. Within the last couple of days, I was making some modifications to one of the pages about why I list. And so that's just kind of going through my head. But yes, that's coming. Listing with Layle, volume 2, edition 2, I don't know. Whatever it is. We're actually on the third printing of the first version. Anyhow, I totally digress, or squirrel, or whatever you want to call it. Yes, so we're here on Saturdays. We're doing what I like to call creative listing. I provide 3 or 4, depends, list topics a couple days ahead of time on the blog, and an email goes out and on social media to know what we will be listing on Saturday if you're participating. But basically, I just take the topic and make a list. Sometimes it's as easy as literally, here's a topic, make a list, and add a sticker or 2 and done. But more often than not, I am gathering lots of different products, having a lot of fun with paper and stickers and stamps, rub-ons and different things like that. And even though we're making lists, it's really kind of a form of, I don't know, journaling or documenting or storytelling, whatever it may be. And in my case, and I imagine in a lot of your cases as well, if you've been joining me in the past, it is, it's almost like a personal history, if that sounds odd, right? Things like what I'm looking forward to this year, things I'm going to focus on this year, things I wanted to be when I grow up, things that I used to love and now hate, or hate and now love. There's all different kinds of things like that. We have literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of listing topics that we've done over the last almost 4 years. So anyhow, that's a quick rundown. Welcome to you. Those of you that have been with me for a long time, welcome. Those of you that may not have been with me for a while, but you've come back and hopped back in, whatever it may be, welcome to you. Our Saturdays here are like an open house. So if you were going to an open house in your neighborhood or something like that, just to kind of scope things out, you come anytime between those, hours of open house. So don't worry if you're not here when I start, or if you're not here when I finish, or you're watching after the fact. That's kind of like where you'd go see the open house, like virtually on the internet or something. So if you're watching live with me, there is a live chat that takes place, and this is where I can kind of interact with you guys. I gotta fix this. That's gonna bother me. That's where I interact with you guys. So if you are here and you're live with me, I'd love it if you pop in the chat and say hello. So I'm going to pop in the chat, look at the chat and see who we have. Hi, Deborah and Kelly and Julie, Nita, Winnell, some cloudy, windy, rainy weather around the parts where you guys are from, it looks like. Hi, Bridget. Bridget said she stayed up all night. Oh my gosh, she worked all night. Oh goodness. But you're staying up to catch a live. You're excited for today's listing session. Me too. I love that. I love that you're joining with us. So welcome. And yeah, but go to sleep when you need to go to sleep. Hi, Dandy and Mandy, Beverly, the Vixen Vanity. Oh, I love that one. New tuner inner, LOL from Reno. I was going to say the Vixen Vanity. I don't recognize that. So welcome to you. Always love having new folks, new people join us. So welcome to you, and I'm proud of you for hopping in the chat, because sometimes it seems a little intimidating, and I don't mean here, I mean anywhere. If you're looking at the chat and seems like people kind of know each other, so just pop in and say hello. Let's see. Hi, Kathy from Phoenix. Cool and wet this morning with bright sunshine. Janine, hello. Nick from the world headquarters of Layle by Mail. Yes, the world headquarters. Yeah. Okay. The world headquarters. There's only one headquarters, and it's not a headquarters. It's my house. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. What does Nick have planned for us today? Yes, Mandy asked. Nick likes to joke. Nick's my husband, if you don't know. He always likes to joke that he plans everything. He plans out the list topics. He plans out what we're going to use. And we keep telling him, I keep telling him, I'm going to hold him to that one day and make him do it, but we'll see. Let's see. Oh, fun. Cherie is at a craft retreat. Your current plans are to watch. Love it. Love it. Love it. We have 3 fun listings. That's how in tune he is. Really, there are 4. Shannon, you're in Hawaii. Where are you in Hawaii? I love it. I love it. I love it. Nick and I will be there a week from tomorrow for his annual business trip to Hawaii, which just, you know, I'm so fortunate to be on that train with him. Hi, Kelly, Carrie from Chile, Montana. Jane. I was looking at Jane, but reading Shannon again. Shannon, I hope you're having an amazing time because you deserve it. You deserve it. And Shannon, guess what's coming tomorrow? Just for you, my friend. Shannon and I have this little internal joke dialogue going on about this. Tomorrow, here on my YouTube channel, it won't be live, it will be recorded, but I have the video just about ready for the how to use the Epson Creative Print app. So happy early Valentine's for you, Shannon. Oh, golly. Please finish my coffee. It's cup 2, so it's okay. But thank you. Thank you, Dandy. Dandy creates that fun. Hi, Justine. Pam, good morning. Good morning. Cat Mom 18. Hi, y'all from sunny Minnesota. Oh, Cherie, are you swatching your stuff today? I love that. Yeah. Belinda, Nita, I saw Nita. Martine, hello from the Netherlands. From Dry. Nice to have a little bit dry. Hi, Tabitha, nice to see you. Colleen, you're popping in on a break from another Crop and Create Delivered. Wonderful. Pamela, Michelle said, so excited I finally get to watch you live. Well, that's so fun. So there's kind of a really quick little segue because, you know, this is just what I do. I segue. Well, I squirrel, let's be honest. We don't need to call it a fancy name. I squirrel. So Nick and I treated ourselves to a new Peloton treadmill. Now, not the crazy expensive one, but I mean, they're all of their equipment's expensive. I've definitely been a collector of fine exercise equipment, you know what I mean, over the years. And in a lot of cases ends up being a glorified, I don't know, not even a clothes rack. It just sits there, right? But we did recently get a new Peloton. And we actually got it earlier this week and still having some dizziness issues. So I had to hold off a little bit before I got on it. But yesterday I got on it and I was almost crying while I was on it. It just is, I'm very excited about it. It's the classes you can do in the interactive. All of this to say, I've only watched, I did 3 classes yesterday, but only, they were all pre-recorded. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to do a live class on the Peloton. I won't be teaching it, you know what I mean, right? But then I kind of think to you guys, I was thinking this yesterday, well, it doesn't really matter if it's live or not. I mean, if I didn't know that I had picked a pre-recorded class, I had just picked a class, I would know if it was live or not. So kind of keep that in mind when you're watching. If you can't be here live on Saturdays, then just pretend you are. And then it's just like we're all together anyway. But yes, I'm glad that you were able to join live. I think today's probably going to be a very much a squirrel day. It's appearing. I think we're starting out that way. But yes, welcome, Michelle. Glad to have you live. Kara Lee Lynn said, you rock, Layle. I love these Saturdays. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Hi, Annie and Aaron from Louisiana. Steph. Hi, Ann. Tracy's Treasures. That sounds awesome. Watching while waiting for the grandkids for a sleepover. So good. So good. Hi, Terry. Monique, hello from Georgia. You're on lunch break. Well, welcome. Glad you joined us for your lunch. Oahu, Alani, you are here until next Saturday. Oh my goodness, we'll miss each other. We'll almost be like flying over the ocean like this, and we'll wave at each other. Okay, Shannon? Almost, not quite though. She too funny. Diane tried to go to Kauai twice. Dang COVID. Dang COVID. Oh, good. Mandy's order arrived yesterday. She's using her new treats. Mandy's in Canada, so it takes a little bit longer if you order from Canada. It just, that's the way it is. I think they put it on a horse or something. I don't know. Terry said, do we have a time limit today? Not really, Terry. And it sounds like you'll be with us for just a little bit, about an hour. So thank you for offering. I appreciate that. Good morning, Debbie. All right, friends. So we have a couple things to get out of the way before we kind of flip the camera and start playing. First one is I have 2 weekends worth of giveaways that we need to talk about because last weekend I had not drawn the winners for our time when we were together on February 3rd. So that one, we had 2 winners. We actually had 3 live winners during that session and then 2 after party winners. If you're not familiar with my giveaways, the way I do giveaways every time we're together on a Saturday. It's really fun for me to share and I like to do that. So the way you participate in the giveaways, you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, leave a comment on the video when it's over. So I went back to the 3rd, not the 3rd, it was the 20th. We have giveaways from last weekend, which was the 3rd, but this one's from the 20th. Anyhow, 2 weeks worth of giveaways, okay? From the 20th, I have Jennifer Vaniel 8269. Jennifer wins the What a Day stamp set, the brand new What a Day stamp set. And then Beverly H 8561 wins the All the Things stamp set. So those were the 2 after party winners from the 20th. I'm just referring to my little, handy dandy notebook here. Ladies, the 2 of you, well, and then the 3 winners from last week, same thing. I always leave a reply on your comment letting you know to email me and what information I need so we can get your prize shipped out. So watch for that, Jennifer and Beverly. So those were 2 winners from the 20th. Now we have 2 winners from last weekend as well. 3 winners. And we did lots of swatching. We talked about lots of swatching last weekend. I swatched this inks, the new Scorched Timber from Tim Holtz. And then I also showed you some busy work that I had been doing on swatching one of my colored pencil tins. So Swatch This Ink was one of the giveaways, the Swatch This Ink stamp set. That goes to Shay, 709, and then something I can't see what I wrote, 7090 or something like that. So Shay wins the Swatch This Ink stamp set. Wendy Main, the foam storage. I can't even read my own writing. It's too little. The foam storage, the ink foam storage blending tool thing. And then Rose Oak 15465, the Swatch This Pens and Pencils stamp set. All right, so there we go. Those were the 5 winners from the last couple of weeks that we were together, okay? So talking about winners and giveaways, we will do 3 today, so stay tuned. 3 fun kind of love, I won't say love, we'll just say heart, okay? Heart related giveaways. How about that? Because love is not for everyone sometimes. So heart related giveaways. How about that? Okay. Beverly H is here. Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, Beverly. Hi, Swanda. Bridget said I hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button, friends. That's super important. Super important. Such an easy way to support. Hit the like button. Hi, Francis. Nice to see you. Okay, here we go. I am going to rotate camera, turn off lights, turn on lights, and then we'll get going, okay? Okay. Okay. Ooh, not liking the way that... Oh, today was a hard getting ready morning. You know when you're just like, bleh, and you're looking at the mirror and you're like, my hair's not working and I want wrinkles and Yeah, that was one of these mornings, but oh well. I would have been tempted to just not just show my face, but I can't do that, right? That's not good. So I showed my face. I'll probably not want to afterwards. But that's okay. Just some days, right? Some days you look in the mirror, you're like, man, I look good. Yeah, not very often. Other days you're like, wow, Like, what the heck's going on? All right, let's get that fixed because it's totally crooked. It was totally crooked. Hi, Marilee. Nice to see you. You're hosting a Galentine's party tonight. So you are on prep mode. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Thank you, Colleen, for the reminder as always, because I was not remembering that. All right, friends, let's dive in. So last week when we were together, we had a very ambitious, did we do 5 or 4? Last week, 4, I believe, 4. And the week before we did 5. We've just had a lot to catch up on. Anytime that we are ending a year and starting a new year, there's just a lot of lists that I like to do to kind of wrap up a year and then get kind of going and be ready for the new year. So we had a little bit of work to do to get us caught up for that. All right, last week we did several lists. Let's take a look. The first one we did was, about last month, January. So about last month is a method of memory keeping that I've been doing going on 4 years now, where I basically just make a list. I make a list of the things that happen. I include photos and then do a little decorating, and then there you go. That is a surefire way that I know every month in and out from August of 2020. Hello, dear.
So Terry's asking about an email she sent you.
Terry
Layle?
Yes, Terry. Yes. The thing I was going to send you, I have 3. One is my own. I have 2 others. I cannot find the 2 others. So I'm going to look some more this weekend. If I can't find it, I will send you my own with your order. Okay? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's nice. Nick came in to make sure I saw that. Okay. First list last weekend was about last month, and we used the brand new 2024 About Last Month stamp set. So that is the stamp set that I will be using for all of my About Last Months through the rest of the year. Number 2, we did 2023 trends. This one, this is another one that we do to wrap up a year. 2023 trends. I learned the first year that I did that, if I try and wait until the end of a year or start of a new year to find what all the trends were, it's very difficult. Fashion trends, no problem. But any other trends. So I actually all throughout the year on my phone am making a list of things. There we go. It was fun. Someone even emailed me after the fact and said, oh my gosh, one of the trends that she had on her list were the gingerbread houses. Like, you saw gingerbread everywhere. And it was people like taking a brown paper sack and a white marker and then drawing a gingerbread house. Or taking little metal houses from the dollar spot, and then spray painting them brown, and then using a white pen or a white marker to make these little gingerbread house things. So I thought, oh my gosh, yes, I totally missed that. But that was another trend that we saw. Let's see. Oh, Nick. Oh man. Yep. So one of our lists today, my friends, is called Love Is. And we'll kind of chuckle at parts of that because Nick, my husband, we've been married for, oh my gosh, this year it'll be 29 years. And I have to read his comment because it's just so funny. This is just, that's one of the love is being able to laugh and, just giggle with each other. But what Nick just wrote, Layle always looks fabulous. I help her with her hair and makeup every day. So the first part, really nice, right? Oh, thanks, honey. He helps with my hair and makeup every day. Okay, so guess what? If it ever doesn't look right and you're like, wow, she looks like a little rough around the edges, just know that Nick apparently was doing my hair and makeup that day. Too funny. All right, anyhow. What color pink is that January in? That was, I want to say that's Tattered Rose. Tattered Rose, Jessie. And Jessie, I saw your email this morning. We'll get you taken care of. Sorry about that. All right. What's going on? Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry. I don't know. Things look really weird today. This looks like really yellow for some reason. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me just try to change something here because that's really going to bother me. That's really gonna bother me. I don't want it to look yellow. Interesting. Okay, one more. One more movement of the lights, and let's see if that does any helping. It just could be me. Maybe my eyes are seeing yellow today for some reason. All right. Okay. Anyhow, let's just go. Oh, Terry. Yeah, the Matt. Matt's not here either. We'll go matless today. We will go matless today. All right. Okay. Here we go. So that was our second list. Was 2023 trends. Another list, and really, I think this is the last list that we had done to kind of wrap up the year, and still wrapping this one up. 2023 in the news. So still working on this one. I did not finish this last week, and I just need to. I have my list. I have my list here. I have my list of things right here. I just need to add them here. So those were 3 of the 4 lists that we worked on last week. The 4th list is actually the list that we will be starting with today. Well, we need to finish it. So we were about, I don't know, however many hours in last week, and I'm like, you know what, it's time to call it, time to put a fork in it. So we had started this list, and this list is really the start of, yes, dear? I know, I looked, I don't know. It's fine, they said it's fine, they said it looks white. It just, maybe it's the brightness on my screen, on my iPad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'll play with that. The Vixen Vanity said, ha ha ha, your Nick sounds like my Nick. Too funny, too funny. Hi, Tammy. Okay. So anyhow, we had started this list last week. We will finish it today. This is one of the lists that I always like to start with when we are kind of into a new year. Now, it's February. We are well into the new year, and that's okay. These are the things, well, this is the start of the list of the things that I am. It does look yellow to me. Deborah, yeah, Deborah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. For some reason, it's got a real yellow cast to it today. So I'm going to have to figure that out. I don't know why. I don't like that. I don't like it. Anyhow, things I'm looking forward to this year. I think this is the 4th year. I want to say 20, 21, 22, 23. Maybe this is the 5th. No, 4th year. 4th year, I've done a list like this. And it's always kind of fun to look back at the end of the year and go, okay, what was I looking forward to? This is also kind of a nice segue into one of the other lists that we'll be doing today. Things I want to focus on this year, which that one is for me always a little bit harder to do, but things I'm looking forward to. So to start out, what we did last week, we started out by doing those boxes. And with those boxes, we used the, hang on. Oh, I need these guys too. We used the, here we go. We used the in the box stamp set. So I created a couple of different boxes there that I will then be adding my the things on my list. So 6 things I'm looking forward to this year. Had some of those lists going horizontal and some going vertical. Okay. Then we used the some rub-ons and some laser cuts from Moonlit Garden. So I'm going to pull those back out again because we will end up using some more of those. So let's just look at those here. You know what's interesting? This, what I have down here on my kind of flat layer on my surface here is Simple Vintage Love Story from Simple Stories. But look at that, kind of look at how well, and I love it when you can kind of mix and match collections. I just happen to notice, look at how well like that paper from Simple Vintage Love Story goes with that Moonlit Garden from 49 Market. Nope, I'm not missing a light. Yeah, both lights are here. So I don't know. And it's not, it shouldn't be like what I'm wearing because I'm wearing red. That shouldn't affect it all. Let me do one more thing. Let me do, actually, that might make it look more yellow. I just turned on the overhead light too. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Constant struggle. Okay, so used the in the box stamp set and then also used the all the things stamp set. So all the things stamp set. I tend to use quite a bit at the end of a year and the beginning of a year and then kind of the beginning of each new season. So all the things stamp set, things I'm looking forward to this year. So let's dig in. What am I looking forward to this year? What are you guys looking forward to this year? What are you looking forward to this year? That overhead light may have helped a little bit, but then sometimes it gives us some more glare. What am I looking forward to this year? I need to go back to here. Okay. In no particular order. Things I'm looking forward to this year. Nita is looking forward to her cruise. Where are you cruising? Where are you cruising? No, it's super bright and sunny, not like beautiful, brilliant blue, not a cloud in the sky. Nita, where are you going? All right, so first thing I am looking forward to. Hawaii in February for Nick's annual business trip. It's so nice to get out of the cold and snow and enjoy the sunshine. All right, it's cold here. It's really cold here. Nita, the Bahamas. Oh, that's right, Nita. I remember you told us that before, going on Vicky's cruise to the Bahamas. That'll be so much fun. Terry's looking forward to her daughter's wedding and home improvements and bucket list traveling. Terry, what's one of the things on your bucket travel list? Erin is simply looking forward to getting back into her crafting. I love that, right? And you know what, Erin? Here's a I'm glad that you said that because I think sometimes when we approach a list like this, or even if you're not writing, you're just thinking about what am I looking forward to? Sometimes we tend to think big, like you're going on a cruise to the Bahamas or your daughter's wedding. But it can be small things, right? It can be you're just looking forward to getting back into crafting or looking forward to Colleen Hoover's next novel, or you're looking forward to watching the 4th season of True Detective, right? Whatever it is, you're looking forward to fresh fruits and vegetables. I don't know, whatever it is. Maybe you're planting a garden. So when you're working on a list like this, and really any list, things on your list do not have to be like monumental. I'm looking forward to turning 80. I'm looking forward to, graduating with my master's from college, whatever it is. And none of those things are me. But I think it's really important, and I'm glad that you said that, Erin. It's really important to not get so caught up in, I'm not looking forward to anything. You can be looking forward to beautiful summer weather. So think, if you really have to think. But don't let feeling like you don't have something big to look forward to stop you from making a list. Hi, Carrie. Carrie's looking forward to her cruise to Alaska. For hers, Carrie, you're not 60. And your 40th, oh my goodness, your 60th birthday and your 40th anniversary. I would not look at you and think that you're 60, Carrie. Not at all. That sounds like an amazing trip, and congratulations on 40. Bridget, I love it. Bridget's looking forward to finishing her December daily from 2022. And I'm so glad you said that. She said, I was going to give up until you reminded us we can do it at our own pace, and that is okay too. 100%. 100%. Julie's going on Vicky's cruise to Greece with Tammy and Debbie. I love it. Carrie, a half marathon too before your 60th. That's amazing. That is amazing. Okay, what else am I looking forward to? Concerts. Concerts. We love live music so much, and always try to make it a priority in our year. This year, we have planned that so far they're all country. We've planned Kane Brown, Luke Combs, and in one concert, George Strait, Chris Stapleton, and Little Big Town. Whoops. Now, one of my closest friends, who I have known for 30 some odd years, we were sorority sisters in college. We were roommates after that. Her fiance at the time, now husband, set Nick and I up. And she was the my maid of honor. She just texted me last night and said, hey, would you be up in trying to figure out a way to see Taylor Swift this year? And I'm like, yeah. And Nick and I were at dinner last night, and he's like, go ahead. He said, I have zero interest in seeing her. And I'm like, good, because I don't think it was a guy's trip. I think it's pretty much a girl's trip. So we'll see if that happens. We will cross our fingers and see if that happens. All right. Anyhow, yes, concerts. Very, very much, and missed so much during the pandemic. That was a really hard thing. I mean, there are lots of hard things, right? But there's something about live music. Well, music in general, it just gives me so much energy. I love music. And live music is just like on a whole other level. So very much looking forward to that this year. Oh, Patricia. Oh, Patricia. Patricia said, I'm looking forward to being cancer-free. Was diagnosed with breast cancer 2 weeks ago. Oh my goodness. Patricia, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lots of people here thinking about you and supporting you. There are a number of women here that participate in the chat that have gone through that or are going through that. So just all the positive thoughts and healing energy to you as you start to navigate what that means. And but I love your perspective. Seriously, what a great perspective that you're looking forward to being cancer-free. That is just a wonderful way to look at it. So good for you. Good for you. All right, this is always very, feels very odd for me. It kind of reminds me like on the Today Show when you see this happen. They're talking about a story that's very emotional or very difficult or lots of trauma or something like that. And then they have to, let's turn to Al Roker for the weather, right? They just have to like make an about 180, and it feels very awkward, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do about 180. And Patricia, it's nothing to do with you, and I'm very glad you brought that up and that you felt like that you could share that here. But now here comes my 180. What else am I? Well, this is actually a good one of the 6 things on my list that I'm looking forward to. The last thing I was going to write about, but I think this will be a good, not quite, hey Al, let's talk about the weather transition, and I have to figure out how to write this, but I guess it's looking forward to this year. And I'm not looking forward to my health. I am looking forward to, I just wrote down health. So now I need to make the words come. Looking forward to, you're going to see this in another theme today when we talk about things I'm focusing on. Looking forward to focusing on my overall health. It has, let's see, it's always been too easy to put myself off and focus on my business or anything else, really. I guess anything else, to be honest. This year, I'm looking forward to changing that. All right, and that's been a culmination, kind of a number of things, but some of you know of the health things that I have been going through since December and now into February. And now there's something else that's potentially cropped up now that back on to seeing a neurologist again. So I don't know, who knows? But I am looking forward to, we had talked about this maybe last week, that sometimes maybe you're not listening to your body and it's been trying to tell you things and you're not listening, and then something hits you upside the head and then you really have to listen. So all of that is kind of now about really listening to my body, especially as we get older. You know, Nick and I were talking last night. As we get older, really, we need to put ourselves in the position to live as long as we can, right? In terms of being healthy and being fit and taking care of ourselves, and probably, well, you definitely get to a point in life where you can't, act like maybe you did when you were in college or in your 20s or your 30s anymore, where you eat everything that you want, you don't exercise, and you work too hard and all of that. So I'm looking forward to focusing on that. All right, next thing is I am looking forward to lots of travel, always lots of travel, but this year, getting back to spending time on the road in Harvey. Harvey is our RV. Last year, we had several big trips that left us little Harvey time. Changing that up for this year. We do know we want to do another kind of long one, maybe like 2 weeks up to Washington State. That's where our older son Jack and his girlfriend are. My sister and her husband are moving there. And there are a number of national parks that we'd like to see kind of up there along the way. So, but then we'll also do lots of little weekend trips or long weekend trips. So that's another thing that I'm very much looking forward to. Hi, Virginia from Barcelona. Nice to see you. Let's see. Hi, Grace. Grace said, miss seeing the beginning of your show by almost half an hour. Not good when distractions like cleaning up my kitchen and doing laundry destroy time. So happy that your show is live. Thank you, Grace. And you can always go back and watch the beginning if you want. Cindy said, Patricia sending prayers and good thoughts. Never give up hope. My mom was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. Her prognosis was not good. That was almost 4 years ago. I love that, Cindy. Thank you for sharing that. Tabitha, you and Adeline are going to see Taylor at Wembley Stadium. Oh my goodness, I bet Adeline is just beside herself. I'm sure she's just beside herself. That's so fun. Hi, Paige from Oregon. Oh, look at that, Colleen. I love that. Colleen said, Patricia, please reach out to me if you need. I am an 18-year survivor. Sending hugs and prayers. Thank you, Colleen. That's amazing. Congratulations on 18 years. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Okay, what else am I looking forward to this year? Continuing to work on and strengthen even more our relationship. So Nick and I, like I said, have been married almost 29 years. Long time. I want to say this probably has come up more so once we were empty nesters. So we've been empty nesters for 3 years now. And I think it's totally normal when you have kids, if you have kids, that while they're growing up, that goes on the back burner, right? That goes on the back burner. So since we've been empty nesters, Nick and I have really been focusing on further strengthening, because we've got a really good, strong marriage, in my opinion, and in Nick's opinion. We've got a really good, strong marriage and relationship. But I think that that is something for us that we should always, 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 always work on. So, continuing, we worked on that last year as well. So, continue to work on and strengthen even more our relationship. Um, it takes conscious effort, right? Planning, going on dates, setting aside time for each other. We both travel. And we travel together, but we also travel separately. Next job in my business. So part of that is just making sure that you don't just fall into a lull and we're always sitting on the couch every night watching TV and what have you. So that's something that if I was looking forward 10 years, 10 years from now, if I was making this list, I hope that is still on the list because I hope that it's something that we always see as super important and continue to work on it and strengthen it. Bridget said the birds are singing outside and I love it. I love that so much. I love it. I love it. All right. This one is this one's a continual theme. This one though will be the first year. The first year, the very first year that I can say that I've already made strides in this. So this is like it's like a guardian angel that kind of made this happen. This is working on my business versus spending all of my time in it. What I mean by that is prior to January, I was doing all the things. I was picking orders. I was doing all the labels for orders. Lily was packing them and shipping them. But that was taking a good 4 or 5 hours every day. And that when I'm working in my business like that, that means I'm not working on it. And not working on new products, not working on new classes, not working on new ideas for our Saturdays, not working on being creative. So that's what I mean when I say working on it versus in it. And this is all, I haven't had a lot of time yet, even though I hired someone else, and that's Denise. So we have Lily and Denise started the beginning of January. Which I say it was a blessing because that time has now been set aside for me instead of the working on my business has been set aside for me for the focusing on my health because I've had to take a break with some things because I just haven't been able to do some things. So kind of it all seems to kind of be working itself out so far the way that it's supposed to be, at least for this year. We'll see. I'm very much looking forward to planning and strategizing. Whoopsie, ran out of room. Planning and strategizing and taking things to the next step. I don't know what that means. Well, actually I do. Taking things to the next step, doing a lot more of my own products. That's what I mean by that. All right, so there we go. There is, I just made my list. One of the things I want to talk about very quickly before I do a little bit more decorating. When we list, generally there are 2 types of lists that I'm doing. This type of list where it is maybe a lengthier list. So there are 6 things on my list and they didn't just take up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines, right? I am kind of doing a little bit more explaining about the things on my list as opposed to a list maybe like this. This would just be a run-on list where I'm just naming things like 2023 trends, Ozempic for weight loss, vinyl stickers, Stanley mugs. So it's very much just a, this is what it is list. So a run-on list. And then a numbered list. And numbered lists can be two different things. They can either be, in this case, numbered list was a little bit more explanatory, except for number 6. I can't do it all. Or it could literally be a numbered list like 1, Ozempic for weight loss, 2, vinyl stickers, 3, Stanley mugs. So kind of the different types, forms of lists. But this one just still a list, right? It just has a little bit more, explanation in there. Okay, so a little bit more decorating. I feel like we've got maybe a little space here for something. These are ideas that, and let's see. This little guy right there is a laser cut. That is a laser cut. That is a laser cut. That's a laser cut. So everything so far laser cut, with the exception of that, which is a rub-on. What's so fun about both of those products, and again, the products that I've used here are from the 49 and Market Moonlit Garden collection. Everything that I used, for the most part, you'll see linked in the description box of the video down below. Under it says what I'm using. So what's fun about both of these products that I've used here, the laser cuts and the rub-ons, they almost look like they were printed on the page, right? There's no white border around it like a sticker or a die cut. Almost looks like they were just kind of printed on the page. So let's see what we want to do here. We have a couple more, maybe. This little, ooh, okay, this little daisy. So this little daisy, that is a laser cut. What's unique about a laser cut? Well, first of all, what's unique about a laser cut is you pretty much see only 49 and Market do them. Much more intricate form of like a die cut, right? Oh, hang on, let me just get that little guy out. Because they're cut with laser instead of like a die. So that little guy, we put maybe over in here. Or we could layer maybe, ooh, let's do it. Let's layer that in there just to kind of maybe fill up that this little space right here, I call a trapped white space, okay? So see how it just kind of when you look at it, it looks fine, but then you kind of look at it more and you're like, ooh, hey, it's kind of weird because there's that kind of little space that's just stuck there. So if we layer this little guy on top, I think that will be great. What I'm going to do is grab a little glue pen. I want to use a little glue pen because I want to try to get my little adhesive in those little tiny intricate areas there. Do that. And then I know this little guy's off the page, so we'll just have to cut him off because he's not going to work out like that way, but maybe I can fit him somewhere else. Let's see if he'll fit somewhere else. Okay. Oh, I don't remember. I don't think I put any adhesive down on these little stems. We better get a little bit of glue down there or else those little stems are going to be lifting, and we don't want our stems to lift, right? We don't want any lifting stems. Grace. Oh, hi, Mom. Hello. Sometimes, we talked maybe once this week, but sometimes this is the only time that we talk. Ay. Hello. Hi, Louisa. Grace said, yes, Layle, I already watch your show reruns like soothing therapy. And that I missed the beginning half hour this morning means I'll watch the show again this afternoon. It's a habit. I love that. I love to be part of your habit. Vicky said, love Little Big Town. Yes. So that concert is Little Big Town and Chris Stapleton and George Strait. We actually saw them. Nick and I saw them. We'll just add that little guy right there. We saw them last summer. They were all touring together. We saw them at Mile High Stadium in Denver. We have friends that live in Denver, and so we went with them, and but it was so good. It was really good concert. I mean, the concert lasted forever because it's really kind of like, well, it is. It's 3 concerts. It's really 3 concerts in one. So they're coming to Salt Lake this year, and we thought, well, we might as well do that. Let's go see them again. All right, what else do we have? This little guy is pretty. This is just such a beautiful collection. It's very nice, kind of like soft and, oh yes, It's kind of another little trapped white space there. So we'll fill that with this cute little butterfly. It's just a really nice, soft collection. Good for, sometimes you just, okay, hang on. Let's see if we're here. Let's see if we're here. Rotate. I think we're good. I think we're good. Still here. There we go. I don't know. I just looked up under at my phone and it said reconnect. So it thought for some reason that I needed to reconnect to the internet, even though I was on the whole time. But I very much appreciate when you guys do that, because that's how I know. Because I see in the chat all of a sudden everyone's like, wait a minute, what happened? Yeah, we're good. Am I still? Oh, you know what? I wonder. So this could be interesting. I think, let's see what's happening. For a bit, no, not thinking, I know, right? Let's see what's happening here. I'm still moving. You can still see me. Yeah, I wonder. So I have a feeling, yep, plugged in, it's all good. I think what is maybe going on, it may be Nick. Nick is doing a class on the Peloton, so it may be pulling too much internet. So let's see. Let's keep going for a bit. Is it working? Okay, so Susan, it's okay. I'm still talking, so let's see. You can see me. Louisa can see me. You can hear me. Okay, I'm going to keep on. I am plugged in. Yep, we're all good. I think it's because Nick's on the Peloton. So let's see I'm going to keep going. And if it keeps happening, then I will go very nicely ask him to get off just until we're done. So I think we're okay. All right, so you didn't miss anything. I just turned around and grabbed something from my, cabinets behind me. What I would like to do, I would like to color in those little borders around each of those boxes. That will add a kind of pop of color. So I'm either going to look for kind of this color or the green or kind of that little color. So we'll see. Yeah, not Harvey. I know Harvey's not here. It's on the Bluetooth, right? I know. We know that one now, right? That first time that happened, we're like, what in the world? All right, so I have pulled out my Traveler's Notebook insert that I use to swatch all of my colored pencils. So we'll see if we can find something. I have the different, so that's 110. Nothing really there. There are the Distress watercolors, or watercolor pencils. Box 2, maybe the Ice Spruce could be nice, we'll see. 3, nothing really on 3. Speckled Egg could work. I do not have, I just barely, earlier this week got in the new sets 4, 5, and 6, so I don't have those swatched yet. I think all of those blues are gonna be a little bit too, not the right color. So maybe let's try Speckled Egg. So that is gonna come from Watercolor 1. Oh, please tell me. Okay, good. One of those sets, all the little pencils fell out in there. Table fan, Val, shoot me an email. And I will shoot me an email and I'll send you a link. All right, Speckled Egg. I think that's gonna be a good one. Oopsie, I think that's gonna be a good one. All right, so Speckled Egg, that is that color. And let's just do this very quickly over here. This is for today. So let's look. I think that will give me a really nice soft blue in there. So we're gonna do it. I'm going in. It will be really subtle. So earlier this week on Tuesday, I taught the 2024 Year in Review Traveler's Notebook class for people that purchased that kit. And one of the things that we had talked about in class was I like to use a lot of different colored inks, okay? In that class, I think I used, including black, 12 different inks. But what we had talked about, I'm going to do this other one and then I'll bring it up to the camera and show you. What we had talked about was you can actually use black ink for most everything, And then bring in your colored pencils. So if you're stamping, you can use black ink, and then use your colored pencil to go over, to write over the stamped, whatever you stamped in black. And you obviously still have that black undertone, but it just gives it a totally different look. So here are the first two boxes. I'm gonna make sure to bring that up really close. So you can see the first two boxes have that speckled egg colored in, okay? And then my bottom box does not. So you can kind of see the difference there. It just really softens everything up quite a bit. And that's what I use the watercolor pencils for. I don't use them for watercoloring. I don't add ink to them. Excuse me, I don't add water to them because that's not how I use colored pencils, even if they're watercolored pencils. I'm just basically using them as a colored pencil. So we'll kind of continue through here. Whoopsie, I'll kind of continue through here. Just adding a little bit of color that way. And then I'll show you kind of another example of something that I did a couple weeks ago. And it would be kind of similar to using black ink, but I had written it with a pen, or a black pen, and then colored over it with a colored pencil. So do you see that 2023 right there in black? Then I just wrote over it with a pink colored pencil. Same thing there with the I Can't Do It All. I used a black pen, but then just wrote over the top with a colored pencil. So that's a way, kind of, you see that there, and you also see that right down there. If you don't want to use a colored pen, or you don't want to use colored stamping ink, then use your black, or use whatever you normally use when you are writing or stamping, and then bring in a colored pencil or bring in a colored marker to add your color. I think that's a really easy way to do that. Let's see, that's so annoying. One loose pencil. Oh, the loose pencil. Yeah, they actually, all of them fell out of the tin in my little box. So they just have to, in my drawer, I just have to put them back. I just have to put them back. I think that's what you're talking about, Mandy, yeah? Or I may have missed something in the chat. Sometimes I miss things in the chat, and I think I know what you are talking about, and then I'm really not knowing what you're talking about. Not at all. Let's see. Oh, I know. I get it. I understand. Is the new Scorched Timber in any of the new sets of pencils? Mandy, I believe, no, Scorched Timber isn't by itself. Scorched Timber is in one of the new sets, so it's in probably set 6. If you look at the 3 sets on my website, it will tell you which color is in each set. There are 2 pencils that are off by themselves in a pack of 2. One is Picket Fence, which is white, and then the other one is black. And I don't remember what the name of Tim's black is, but it is the black. So Scorched Timber is for sure in the pencils. Black and white in its own little set of 2. And now I understand what you're talking about. Now I understand what you're talking about. It's the Scorched Timber. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not a black? I could swear it was a black. I may be wrong. We'll have to look. We'll have to look. You have Scorched Timber in, maybe it is Scorched Timber. So Scorched Timber and then Picket Fence are in the last set, or the last 2? I don't know. But I'm sure if you guys are looking, then you're right. I could have sworn, though, it was a black. All right. I know there's for sure a white one in the last. I know that for sure. All right. Let me finish coloring these little boxes. All righty. Like I said, if you are wanting to know what colors are in set 4, 5, and 6, well, even set 1, 2, and 3, you can see all those on the website. On my website. Well, any website. Black Soot and Picket Fence. Thank you, Louisa. I thought so. I thought so. And I thought, okay, anyhow, we're going to keep saying thought, so I'm not going to think anymore. But we do know, Louisa confirmed, Black Soot and Picket Fence are in the little package that just has the 2 pencils by itself. Okay. let's see. Wanda said, tried to stamp on my about last month yesterday, did not go well. So I used a sticker page I have, but I won't give up. Maybe next year. Wanda, I want you to email me. Okay, I want you to email me. I want you to take a picture and tell me what happened, because I will get you through it. We'll figure out what was going on. I'm not going to let you give up. You're not giving up. Okay, here we go. Let's go. What else are we going to do here? We obviously need to add a little bit more color over here. I think I'm good with I think I'm good with this side, but we need a little bit more, maybe floral, maybe some other color in here. So let's look. Oh, we also have some fun little butterflies that we could maybe incorporate over here. Maybe this little guy. So this is the just the regular rub-on set from Moonlit Garden. I say the regular because there is a color wash set. There is a sentiment set. So words. And then there's also a 6x8 set. And the 6x8 set has loads of things in it. Like that. But I like this one. I like this little, we'll bring in a little bit more of this black over here. Ooh, maybe right there. What if this goes right here? No, I do not like that. Okay, so it's a rub-on and I set it down. So it may end up, okay. I was able to kind of salvage it, not necessarily the rub-on, but let's try to pull this last little bit off and see if I can get that off. With your rub-ons, you want to be careful, right? You want to know for sure if you like it or not. So what I should have done differently there, did you notice how I cut that off the sheet? And I had it still with its little protective backer. I should have kept it on its protective backer and done that and said, oh yeah, I don't like that. I would have known earlier. I would have known that earlier, but I'll be able to cover that up. I'm not worried. We'll find something to cover that up. So that was a little bit too dark. So let's look at, let's look here. These are I know what I'd like to do. Let's come in here. Maybe let's do a small little watercolor. So in this set, there are 6x8 sheets. So I just pulled out this sheet. When I start working with rub-ons, the first thing I do, let me grab a little stapler here. First thing I do is staple the sheets together. All right, staple the sheets together. So I've now stapled the rub-on or the transfer sheet to its little protective backer. That is really important because as I start to use this, I don't want those sheets to separate. Whatever's left, I really don't want it to separate. I have a little bit of this blue down here. So what if we pull in a little bit of this? So I'm just cutting this away from the sheet. For me, and this is me, you do you, this is the only way to use rub-ons. I always will cut something away from the sheet. It's much easier to just work with this little piece than it is to be trying to work with that full 6x8 sheet. So there we go. Actually, before we start that, let's figure out what we want to use here. Now, I don't think I want to use that whole bottom part because I think that might look a little odd. So we'll cut that away and let's see what maybe that would look like right there. All right, I need to move it up a little bit more because I really can't have it go over my writing. If it goes over my writing, it's going to make it very difficult to read the writing. So what if we just put this kind of right here? Let's do it. All right. So first thing, open it, staple the two sheets together. Second thing, when I find what I want to use, I cut it away from the sheet. Now, because I've stapled it, those two sheets are still totally together, so I don't have to worry about them coming apart and maybe getting stuck to something I don't want them to get stuck to. Next thing I want to do is take my little applicator and I am going to hold. I want to make sure to hold the entire time. I can move where I hold so I can get that kind of transferred underneath, but I want to make sure to hold the entire time. If I don't hold the entire time, I run the risk of that kind of moving a little bit. And if it moves, there will be like a separation in the artwork and the rub-on, which I don't want it to do. So I'm just kind of moving around a bit. I always want to keep holding. And I want to keep holding even when I'm done, because I can now start lifting up that transfer sheet, that top sheet, right? And make sure that the entire rub-on successfully transferred. If it didn't, it's okay because I just lay it back down and then keep kind of rubbing on. If I have not been holding, then this is moved and I'm going to, again, get movement in where that rub-on was placed. But that looks like it transferred pretty well. So there we go. All right, there's that. Now, if I wanted this little piece that I had left over up here, that was that little part that I had cut off because it was going to go too much into my writing. Well, I can still use that because you know what? Maybe we'd like for that to go in that little trapped white space right there. So we'll just put that little guy right there. Okay, well, there we go. And again, what's cool about rub-ons is it looks like it was just printed. It looks like this whole page came pre-printed with that and most of that over there, but it really didn't. I was just able to add it through a rub-on. Okay, now what do we have? I have a little bit more that I cut off. Do we want any more like over here? Sure, why not? Let's put some more of that over here and then we'll put something on top of it. We'll kind of do a little bit of layering. We'll just put this maybe right there. Sure. So same thing, I'm using my little Lick-A-Made stick. It's always what that reminds me of. That's just a little applicator that comes in their rub-ons, although every once in a while, I don't know why, every once in a while they do a rub-on that doesn't have that in there. Okay. Tweezers, where did they go? Oh, here they are. Let's make sure that has transferred everywhere. Yeah, looks like we have a successful transfer there. All right, now we need something else there, right? What would we like to put there? What would we like to put? A word? Nah, no words. We've done all the words. I've written all the words already. We could do a little leaf to bring in some green. What do you think? Maybe one of those little leaves? Or I could go back to the laser cuts because we know we have lots of, I think we're going to do a rub-on. All right, let's see. Staple this sheet together. Oh, need my stapler again. Yes, I know where, yes, I know. I just got to find it, Terry. I have to find it. There are actually 4 pieces that should all be together with that. I'm not sure where it is. Hi, Jennifer. Yes. Oh, perfect. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, Jennifer. Congratulations on winning. All right. Just make sure you email me. And then if you just placed an order, we can add it to your order. That's easy. All right. I think this guy is about the right size. Okay, let me just show you what my brain's thinking here. This guy is about the right size, but what I am not going to like, I know, is do you see how this is kind of like a little circle clump and then this here is a little circle clump? They're too similar in shape. Does that make sense when I bring that up? They'd be too similar in shape. I need something that's kind of long and slender there, right? Instead of both kind of the same shape. I like the color. I like the kind of the thought of having leaf there, but it's just not quite the same shape. So let's look at maybe this guy and see if we can work part of this guy in. So tell me, you guys used rub-ons before? Rub-ons have been around a long time. They were gone for a really long time. When I say gone, I just mean that manufacturers had stopped doing them. And now a couple are doing them again. Tim Holtz sometimes does them. 49 in Market and Simple Stories. Well, there may be other manufacturers too, for sure. All right, if I do this, I'm just gonna kind of pull this apart. If I do this here, that's what I need to do. So this little stem kind of is looking odd if it's floating in the air, right? If that little stem at the end is just floating. But if I kind of tuck it right into that border, then I think it'll be okay. It won't look as odd, maybe. So let's just do that. I know I don't want this to be there, so we're kind of making our own background paper a little bit, aren't we? All right, get rid of that. Okay. Transfer that little part on, and then we'll be close to being done with this one. We will be close to being done with this one. So I hope if you're making a list, or maybe you're not listing, maybe you're just making a mental list, that there's something that you are looking forward to, right? Again, what we talked about doesn't have to be big. It could be, oh, I know, I don't think we'll see it this year, but if you are a watcher, follower of the series Suits, Nick and I had watched that when it was back on TV. It has been on Netflix or Paramount. Maybe it's Paramount. It's been on something. I can't remember what it is, but it was a very good series. Kind of legal series. We really enjoyed it. And it's been so popular. Oh, my garbage can. It's been so popular as it's been streamed that they announced that they were going to do a spinoff. So maybe you're looking forward to the spinoff of the Suits. All right, there's my garbage. Okay, so now I've done something here. I know I need to, this kind of just looks like I don't know, it just kind of looks like it's floating to me, right? It is a little bit floating. So I need to add maybe I'm thinking maybe a butterfly will help that. So let's see if we have a little, maybe this guy. Does it help if we do that? Little bit. But you can see how it's still kind of floating? Yeah, it's just gonna end up floating a little bit, I'm afraid. There, maybe if it goes there, maybe it's not so weird if he goes there. We'll just put it there. Actually, I'd like a blue one. I think I'd like a blue butterfly. Oh, here's a little half one. Well, it's not a half butterfly, it's just flying halfways. There we go, I like that. Okay. Let's see. Wanda said, love rub-ons, glad they're back. I know, right? Bridget said, I love that you can add color and shape without adding dimension and bulk. Yes, I love it. I think all of the things that you guys have said. And then one of my favorite things is it doesn't have the white border around it. So stickers are awesome and die cuts are awesome, but there's just something to be said for having that borderless look. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we need just a little something down here, just a little something. And I had, somehow, I don't know how I got a little, like, blip in the paper there. Okay, so let's see. Do you know what I need to do right here? I need to write Feb 2024, because we need to know when it is. All right, something over here, and then we will call it good. I feel like, maybe a little, ooh, what about maybe one of these blue flowers? Let's see how this would look. There's these really pretty yellow flowers here too, but I really don't, well, actually, I do have a little tiny bit of yellow, the center of the daisies. All right, first of all, this little guy is not helping. This little guy is going in a direction I don't want it to go. So we can just cut that part right off. I think we can work with that, but there needs to be one other little thing right down there. And so that thing would be, what if it's that little small yellow flower? that'll work. I think I'm okay with that. Or my other option is this. Let's look. This little thing and see if maybe we like this better. All right. I think I like that better, except we're gonna have to get rid of this little offshoot. Just like in your garden or in your yard, if you have things that are facing the wrong direction, if your roses are growing an odd way, you can just chop them off, right? But you have to chop them in the right spot. That's funny. Reggie is, some of you know, our cat Reggie likes to, well, lots of cats like to hunt. Usually they like to hunt small little things like mice or birds. Reggie likes to hunt air pockets, little air pillows and little bubble wrap. And so if you don't know this about cats, one of their ways of showing love to the humans is to bring them things, usually that they may have hunt. Like in the past with other cats, we've had cat bring a squirrel, cat bring a bird, cat bring parts of a mouse. Reggie likes to bring, from the packing area here, he likes to bring bubble wrap and likes to bring air pockets and air pillows. And so he brings them. So he just came up the stairs and I knew that he was doing that. I could tell because he had, he was meowing, and that's kind of his way to say, hey, I've got something for you. I've got something for you. All right, I think we're gonna put, this just needed a little something, I think. And since we have that little guy out, maybe we'll add that there. I don't wanna add all of this because that's too much. Too much. Okay, one other thing I will add. I'm gonna do a little bit more maybe of a watercolor rub on there, and then I'll add that little guy, and then we'll call it good, okay? Then we'll call it done. We'll put a fork in it and say it is done. Once I find where that little sheet, the color sheet of the rub-ons went. Oh, there we go. The watercolor part. Okay, so we just need a little something up there. Maybe, I feel like I need a little bit of blue. So I might have to piece things apart or together here because I don't need a lot. So we'll just cut part of that off. And then if we figure out that we need a little bit more, we can come in and cut a little bit more of that off. So let's see here, actually cut these into pieces, which is what's kind of nice about a rub-on. You can, you know, cut it in pieces and however you want to, you know, based on how you want to use it, and then fill parts in if you need. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to fill parts in based on how I cut it. We good? Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit. And then cut that little part off. Here's a little bit more right there. And then a little bit more right up in here. It's kind of, oh, that was the wrong side. Let's turn that over. All right, kind of, really, it just looks like I is very talented with a little bit of spritz or watercolor or something. No, all I had to do was rub it on. All right, there we go. And then where'd our little flower go? Right there. Okay, and then we'll call it good. So those are the things I am looking for forward to this year. Okay, list one done. Yes, Tammy, much easier to clean up air pockets and squirrels. And yes, really, squirrel. That happened in our old house. So that was long before this kind of squirrel, right? Long before our little mascot squirrel, but yep. Okay, so there we have it. There is my list of the things I am looking forward to this year. So that's a great example of You don't have to have all the products, right? You don't have to have all the die cuts. You don't have to have all the pattern paper. Basically, what we just did there was kind of create our own pattern paper by taking a little bit of rub-on and a little bit of those laser cuts and then making it work for us. Okay, let's get Moonlit Garden away. Let's get that out of the way and move on to our next list. Our next list should be everything I have out here on my work surface, right? That should be this collection. Well, that's what I'm using for the next list. I think. I don't know. I have in my head, the idea I have in my head is very conflicting with itself. Because in my head, I see it as very graphic, and this product is not graphic at all. So we'll see how it goes. Sometimes things work that you have an idea in your head, and sometimes things work, and sometimes you're like, yeah, that didn't work so much. Bridget, exactly. Bridget said, love the look of watercolor without the mess or the bleed through, right? If you're trying to watercolor, and there are mixed media inserts. So I do carry mixed media traveler's notebook inserts where the paper is much thicker and it's meant for different mediums. It's meant for holding water and things like that, like watercolor. But a regular insert like this, yeah, I wouldn't watercolor on it just because it's, it's paper. It's not necessarily going to handle it as well. But your rub-ons work really well for that. You get the look without the mess, right? Louisa, I love it, said, great layout, Layle. Sometimes it's hard to know when to stop. I know, right? Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's better to stop and then maybe come back later. Like right now, when I look at this, what I see when I look straight ahead to see what you guys see, it's really blank up there. But this is where I would say, you know what? Step away, walk away, sit with it. Maybe in a couple days, come back and look at it and go, oh, it needs a little bit more. Go, no, you know what? I'm good. It's totally good. I can leave it that way. Let's see. We're talking about something that we're looking forward to. I don't know. I missed it. All right. Our next list. Our next list is, I called it Love Is. Valentine's Day is next week, right? So it would kind of make sense that we do some kind of heart. Let's say some kind of heart themed list. When I say Love Is, it's your list. If you're listing with me, you decide what that is. It could be love is having to do with a partner or a spouse. It could be love is having to do with a child or a grandchild. It could be love is having to do with a job or a dream job. It could be something to do with a pet. So love is can be whatever you want it to be. And if you sit back and go, I have no love in my life, maybe you love to read. So love is about reading. Love is about Netflix. Love is about candy. Love is about the Super Bowl, the Chiefs, the 49ers, whatever it is. You can decide what love is about. It doesn't have to be like romantic love, okay? Doesn't have to be romantic love. Now, in mine, that's what it's going to be just because. So, this is my sketch down here. And it's gone through several iterations down there, so we'll see what happens. Originally, I had thought I was going to do pattern paper as a base. And as I started kind of working my way through things, I don't think that's going to happen. I have printed out 3 photos, well, all on one photo, right? That's on a 5x7, but I printed out those 3 photos on a 5x7, and I'm going to cut those out. I thought I would use these on the right page. The collection that you probably saw either on the email or on the blog or on Facebook or Instagram or wherever you saw it. It is Simple Vintage Love Story from Simple Stories. So really pretty collection. And it's kind of a non-traditional like love type looking collection because usually you would kind of expect to see like red and white, right? Red and white or bright pink or something like this. This is a beautiful color palette to it with pops of mint and pops of yellow, which kind of really open it up to lots of other things, right? It doesn't scream like Valentine's Day. there's nothing wrong with screaming Valentine's Day, but it's nice that, you know, it could work for a lot of different things. All right, so there are 3 photos. What I was really drawn to, although my list will look nothing, it will not really have any of these colors. What I was really drawn to in this collection, well, you can kind of see the mint, like lots of that kind of mint color like that, which when you look at the collection kind of from that perspective, it takes on a whole new kind of meaning, right? Whoops, that little butterfly's down, upside down. Takes on a whole new meaning, right? So that could be really anything. Maybe you love art. Maybe you want to talk about your love is crafting or watercoloring or whatever. But that's kind of when I was looking at things originally, all of those colors were really kind of popping to me. That's what I was really drawn to. But that is not going to be this won't look a thing like that. It won't really use any of that. It may use a little bit of yellow. But something like this, now I can hang on to for some other kind of list. So I'll probably want to keep those together so I remember that later. Okay, so if we have these little photos here, so I thought I'd do something kind of like this, except I think I had this one here, right? So I thought I'd do little photos here, and those are just black and white photos. Those are, let's see what size those are. Those are 2.5 by 2.5. This one looks like it is not quite the same, but it may just be, yeah, that one is a little bit, that's interesting. That one's a little bit smaller, shorter, but about 2.5 by 2.5. Hi, Linda May. All right, so thinking that way, those are photos of Nick and I. Or maybe it may end up being this way based on what I'm going to do here. We'll see. I pulled out a couple of stamps. I pulled out the I Heart This stamp set. And I also pulled out the Love Mini Icons stamp set. So we'll see what part of this gets used. I think what I'd like to do is use this little guy. And I was thinking that maybe, I know I use a bunch of those hearts. I was thinking that I might stamp this 3 different times in 3 different colors. So it would kind of look like this. See that? Love is, love is, love is. Wanda said, Layle, sometimes I start chatting so much I forget to watch you. So silly. No, but Wanda, I did, right? You were the one. You're going to email me. You're going to email me and we're going to chat, right? We're going to chat about your stamping. The Vixen Vanity said, love is definitely the 49ers in our home, right? Tomorrow's the big day, right? Tomorrow is the big day. So what I have to figure out is the is part. So let me just look at something back here. I'm looking through my stamps. I know what I'm looking for. So, okay, so here is an is. Is from This Is Me. These were both hand-drawn by my friend Christine, so I knew that they would match. That is matches that. Or I could look for Willie Alpha. But I think Willie Alpha might be a little small. There's an I, and there's the S. It's just a little bit smaller. It's a little bit smaller. I think it'll be okay. I think we'll use this. Okay, now I need to figure out colors, but before I can figure out colors, I need to figure out what else I want to work in here. Oh, yeah. See, this is my problem. I have 2 totally different looks in my head, and I have to figure out how to bring them both together. I'm not sure how they're going to come together. Well, this could be going a totally different direction than I was thinking. Huh. Okay. That is not thinking, that's not the direction I was thinking at all. But it may end up that way. So if I go that route, now I need something, one more thing to go here. Right? Well, there goes all my using reds and pinks, that's for sure. Well, maybe we go this route. This needs to come way over here because I need to do a little bit of writing here, and then I'll do a little bit of writing next to each of those. I think that's going to work. I think that's the way I'm headed, which is interesting because it's going to look actually kind of similar to, my last list, right? Which is interesting. I have lots of little hearts here off to the side. Let's see. I may do less stamping than I thought too. I'll still stamp this. I have all these little hearts on here. I don't know, maybe we'll work in these hearts too. This guy's too big. Let's get that out of the way. Let's put this little one here. And then I will do die cut heart, and then also I'll do some little stamped hearts too. And then I need a yellow up here. Maybe this little green was better down here. Oh yeah, that little green. We'll make this little green work somehow. Okay. Oh, let's do a smaller one. All right, there we go. Now, this is a little bit of a different style, but that's okay. Do you hear me convincing myself? Do you hear the all of that's okay? All of my saying, that's okay, I'm trying to convince myself. Hang on, there was a question. Bridget, are the pictures black and white because the colors don't coordinate with each other? 100%, absolutely. So these were all from the trip that Nick and I took in May for our 28th anniversary, which was our 25th 3 years later. That makes sense, you can do the math. No, for 25th anniversary, we had planned Amsterdam, Ireland, and Scotland for our 25th. Our 25th took place in May of 2020, so obviously that didn't happen. So we redid it, well, not redid it, rescheduled for our 28th anniversary, which was last May. That photo is from Amsterdam, that is Ireland, that's Scotland. This one, a lot of browns because of the buildings in the back on the canal. This one, ton of green, really bright green because we were on the Cliffs of Moher in Ireland. This one, we were in Scotland on the Royal Mile, just down from the Edinburgh Castle. And that is red plaid. We put on red plaid hats at a tourist store, took the photos, and then took the hats off. So colors definitely would not match. That's why I went with that. That's why I went with black and white on those. That's kind of a really easy way. If you have a whole bunch of different colors that just don't go together, that's a really easy way to kind of get around it. Okay, so if I did a spun sugar, I don't know, spun sugar, we probably need to go to Tattered Rose. Spun sugar always looks really light. Oh no, spun sugar. Jesse, if you're still around, you asked at the beginning what the pink was on January. It was spun sugar, it wasn't Tattered Rose. Spun sugar. I know I want to pull in like that yellow. Kind of I do the same thing here, but I would do pink first. And then I'll do yellow. Maybe scattered straw, fossilized amber, or scattered straw. So what I'm going through here, these are just all of my swatches. So I have swatched all of my inks. I don't know, maybe we start with this guy. Let's look. Swatch all of my inks. So it's much easier to find what I'm looking for this way. All right. It's green, green, green. I'm trying shabby shutters, maybe? You know you like your inks when you can be looking at something like that and think of a color, and then that's shabby shutters. Ooh, oh, I don't know. Bundled sage. Hey, you know what? I think we can make bundled sage work. I think it's bundled sage. All right, scattered straw, spun sugar, bundled sage. You guys, if you could have seen this in my head, it looked so different. It was very bright and it had red and pink. It was like super different in my head, but with those things, it doesn't work. Bundled sage, scattered straw, spun sugar, scattered straw. All right, here we go. So, all right, I think I'm good with putting these things down. So I am going to try something very quickly, but I'm going to try it with, this is the part of the photo paper that I cut off. Hi, Debbie Brink from West Point, Utah. This is the part of the photo that I cut off, right? So my photos were here, here, and here. This is still photo paper. Debbie, we can't guide you yet to the video that talks about the Epson Picture Mate because it's not done yet, tomorrow. So it will be up tomorrow here on my YouTube channel, and I will send out an email about it. So what I want to do here is, am I gonna be able to test this? All right, I'm going to see. Let me see it with this one. I'll tell you what I'm doing in just a second. All right, so as I get these laid out, and this is where I've kind of moved things around, I know where I want them. What I have just pulled out, is highlighter tape. Highlighter tape is repositional tape. It is meant for highlighting, like in a textbook, okay? It's repositionable, so you can pull it on and off. Because it's repositionable, I can do that. Okay, so now I have turned those three pieces now into one die cut. So they're exactly where I wanted them. I can turn this over, put my adhesive on it, and then adhere it again. That is my favorite little tip or tool product for layering die cuts, because you get things where you want them and then you're like, okay, that's it. That's exactly what I want. But then if you have to lift everything back up again to put the adhesive on, well, I never can get things back in the right place. So that's what that little highlighter tape does for you. You may have noticed that when I was pulling it off, I was pulling it off of the tape dispenser, right? It's because it's repositionable. So whenever I use it, I just take what I used and put it back here. Now, what I was testing, I was not sure whether that would be okay with my photo. And it is okay with my photo, but do you notice how I tested it first? I didn't want to put that on my photo. If you've ever put tape or washi or something on a photo and have it then pull up the ink when you bring it back up, that's what I was testing ahead of time. So, but we know we're good. There we are. There's everything. That's now my one little die cut, even though it's made of 3 pieces. It just makes it a lot easier to, I think, work with your little embellishment clusters, or when you're trying to layer things, or even when you're trying to group things, because here it's kind of a combination of layering and grouping, right? All right, there we go. And I'll grab my little tweezers here. That was another thing that we kind of used in class the other night, or that I used, that we talked about in class, in the year in review traveler's notebook class, because we did lots of layering and clustering. Oopsie, Layle. We did lots of layering and clustering in that class, talked about, because there's lots of die cuts. And so that'll work. We talked about same thing, using this little tape to cover my eyes. It's funny. So when we tried on those hats, they're very Scottish looking, super fun. Well, we didn't buy them. And then we got to, I don't know, we'd been on the trip for we'd been in Scotland part of the trip for a couple of days. And we're like, oh my gosh, we should have bought those hats. Those were so much fun. They'd be really fun for Halloween or something like that. So then we were in Glasgow and spent a while trying to find, we were able to find Nick's, but couldn't find mine. So I ended up, I don't know, going online and finding it somewhere, but we'll use those for something one day. But what's kind of fun with them too, because they're red plaid, and I know you can't see because it's black and white, but because they're red plaid, we figured they also might be fun for a football game or something, because University of Utah, red. And that's where Nick and I went to school. Okay, so there we go. There we're starting down our path, and we'll do a little bit of outlining. So I kind of go in these stages, I guess, back and forth, where sometimes I am working a lot off the page. Really what I mean when I say off the page, I guess, is that I am using pattern paper as my background and then putting white cardstock on to do my list. And then sometimes I am doing a lot of this, where I'm just working directly on the insert itself, which I've done now, this list and then the one before it. All right, so what do I have going on there? Let me try to erase that. Hold please, hold please. Bridget, it is, yep, that highlighter tape is on the website. You'll see it under the what I'm using link, but then if you just go to the website too and search for highlighter tape, you'll see it. And I have it in 2 different colors. It comes in like 4 different colors. There's no difference. There's a pink one and a blue one. I think I originally started with one color, and then one color sold out with my distributor, and then so I needed to order another color, and then I don't know. But same thing. All right, so if we do that, but we need to be pretty high if we're gonna do this, and we'll kind of be over like this. Now I have a thought. If I felt like I wanted to bring in a little bit of color to the other side, I could do something like this. Something like this. And then I'd put white cardstock over it. I don't know. Right there. I could have one little minor issue. Before I start stamping, I want to think about what happened before. Actually, I do need to change this. I for sure have to do something here. Because on this page, I have done my list directly on the insert itself. If I stamp on this page, I will for sure end up with some ghosting or shadowing on this page, okay? There's just no way around it because I'm working on the insert page itself on both. So what I'm gonna end up doing is over here, I will use maybe this, I don't know, I'll use a piece of pattern paper. We'll see what we decide to use, and then I'll use a piece of white cardstock to do my list on. Let me grab it. All right, there we go. I just don't know if that's the one. Is that the one? Is this the one? I don't know. That's probably a little bit, well, before we decide, let's figure this part out. And then it will, there's nothing to figure out. We just need to cut it. So this is 8.5 by 11. It is a Nina Bright White cardstock. That is what I use to do my swatches on. So when we were looking at our little swatches here, that's what I used to do my swatches on. If you were swatching, I always recommend that you use the same type of cardstock that you would normally work on, right? So same thing. This I am going to try 4 inches. This needs to, well, let's see. If we're gonna do this, 4 inches, that might be a nice way to work in these colors over here, right? Because then I have kind of a nice assortment of color there. Oh no, that's pretty bold when it's so kind of plain over here. So what if we do this one? I think we need to go with this. Does that make sense, you guys? So when I have this here, and I will still do writing right here, but it's so white over here, this seems a little bit too heavy here to have all of this. But if I move then to this paper, this is much lighter, right? It is much lighter, so that transition isn't so stark. So that's what we're going to do. This came from the 6x8 paper pad, so I need to trim that down. The inserts that I use are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. So if this is 8, there's a little bit of space all the way around 8, 8.25, which means I want to trim this to 4 3/4 because that is 5. So 4 3/4, whoopsie, 4 3/4, like that. Let me get my corner rounder. Whoopsie. And round those outer corners. Wanda, it is, the collection I'm using for this list is, excuse me, Simple Vintage Love Story from Simple Stories. And you'll find that in that what I'm using linked. All right, what I need to do is I need to make this a little bit narrower because I shouldn't have done my outlining yet. Let's make that just a tad narrower. Okay, there we go. Now for my list, well, not my list. This is going to kind of be my little journaling that's going to go on here. What if? No, never mind. All right, so we need to make this a little bit narrower. It's going to be, if I go 4 3/4, am I okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Love is, okay, still fine. All right, this will go there. And then I want it to be about this tall. I'll tell you what that measurement ends up being. Sometimes it's just easier to eyeball it. So it is about 7 1/8 by about, well, 3 7/8. I don't know. I just figured out what I think would look good. We're gonna do yellow over here. Yellow blending into the pink a little bit. This looks so different than I had in my mind. It's so funny. All right, so now I can work off the page, right? What we do need to do though is add a little bit of border around that because it's pretty stark white. So we'll do spun sugar. We'll do spun sugar. I'm going to ink the edges of this white cardstock to just kind of help tone it down a little bit. So I have my little foam blending tool, my foam blending piece on the tool, and just gonna ink the edges. That'll help to kind of soften up that transition between the white and then this. So I'll do 2 of the edges and then I'll show you. And you'll be like, oh my gosh, it makes such a big difference. Even though the pink is super light, it makes a big difference. So here we go. Do you see here versus like here? It totally softens it up, doesn't it? All right. I think so, Susan. Lighter the paper, definitely more complimentary. It's just not so stark. If I had done like pattern paper on the other side, I would have been fine using that ticket paper. It would have worked. It's just it's too light and airy on the right side to leave it, or to use that kind of really heavy pattern on the left. All right, so there we go. That totally kind of softens that. Now what I need to do is do my little outlining here, and then we'll start our stamping. Okay, oh, let's put this away. We don't want this out. Might as well put things away as we use them, right? Okay. Oopsie. All right, so now we need our stamping block. We need all of those little things. So let's get those out. Let's move all of these things for now. Oh, Ms. Al is saying she thinks the yellow pattern paper would work well. Yeah, it totally could, right? So we could have done something like that where the yellow pattern paper would have worked as well. Yeah, there's lots of subtles like that in the collection. I mean, really, if I wanted to brighten that up, not brighten it up, but kind of add a little bit more floral, if I didn't want to focus so much on the butterfly, yeah, lots of different options we could have gone with, for sure. It was just pretty obvious for me, the ones that I didn't want to go with. Okay, now where is that stamp? Where did the stamp go? Okay, friends, what did I do with the stamp? What did I do with it? It was over here. I remember a minute ago because I said I need to make sure that it fit. Okay, look on the screen. Look on the screen. Pamela has a list idea. Oh, I like that. Nick. Oh my gosh, if you guys could have just seen him. If you could have just seen him. A box came from Doodlebug, and so he was standing in the door. Thank you. He was standing in the door going, something just came from Doodlebug. Oh, okay, where'd the stamp go? Gosh darn it.
Where do you put it?
Where do I put it? Yeah, thanks, honey. I wish you'd help me more often. Ay, 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 ay. All right, where did it go? I've had it now. Where is the stamp? Okay, friends, tell me. Usually someone can say, oh, it's right there. Or sometimes someone rewinds and they can find it. Like, oh wait, seriously, did it get stuck to the trimmer? No. All right, deep breath. Let's have a sip of coffee while we're looking, okay? Quick sip of coffee. Should I remind you of what coffee mug Nick did for me this morning? The one that says hot mess. Is that appropriate today? Maybe. Look under the pad case. So this is what, when you live stream, this is sometimes what you get, right? There's no editing. There's no editing, stopping, finding, going, what the heck did I do with that? And then looking for it for 10 minutes. Well, we really need that because I can't really go on without it. goodness. Layle, it must be stuck to something. Is it stuck to me? No. The stamp is stuck behind the foam. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my goodness. Virginia rewound. You guys, thank you. Oh my gosh, look it. There it is. There it is. I should have thought about that. Thank you. Oh my goodness. We would have been looking for quite a while, right? I would have been sad. Thank you for looking for that, Virginia. I love it. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So I think we're going to do yellow, and then we'll do scattered straw, then we'll do spun sugar, then we'll do bundled sage. All right, let's do it. We have our stamping block. I'm going to put my stamp face down on my work surface and pick it up with my stamping block. I find it much easier to do that. We also want to have our little handy dandy test notebook out. All right. Always, 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 always test first. Okay. You're testing first for a number of reasons. Number one, you're testing to make sure there aren't any little pieces of lint or hair or anything like that on the stamp that would affect your stamped impression. You want to make sure that you like the color. If you are spelling, you want to make sure that your words are spelled correctly, right? So I like that. But now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to test to make sure I like the three colors together. And you know what? Maybe I won't use the Love Is. Maybe what I'll do is in my little journaling, I'll say Love Is, because that would be a lot easier than having to pull out the I and the S to spell is, right? Oh, I just cleaned that. I need to dry it because it's still a little bit damp. You want to dry it. If you are working with Distress Oxides, pigment-based ink, the Distress Oxides are water reactive. So if there's any dampness or moisture at all, actually, there's any dampness or moisture at all on your stamp, it can affect your stamped impression. Okay, am I okay doing yellow first? Clean that off again and dry it off again and go with our bundled sage now. Kind of a dark mint, right? Bundled sage is kind of a dark mint. That's the closest thing to mint that we really have. All right. So the only thing I'm thinking is whether or not I would rather have, if you look at like the rainbow, you usually start with your reds and then hit your yellows. So I think, you guys tell me what you think. Over here I have yellow, pink, and green. Do I need to do yellow, pink, and green over here? I kind of think I do. All right, so let's see how much space that took up. That took up, so I know where to start over here. That took up, those three together, about 3 inches. So about 3 inches. I think if I started right about here on that second line, I think I'd be okay. So the top of my L, if I started at the second line down. All right. Okay. Love it. Winnell, thank you. I think Winnell is a couple minutes behind us. It's always fun. I can tell when people are a little bit behind of where I'm working because you're talking about something that happened a little bit ago. But I love it, Winnell. Thank you. Because you know what? Guess what, Winnell? If I was still looking for that darn stamp, I'd be like, oh my goodness, Winnell, thank you so much. Okay, so let's go back. We're re-inking and everything again because we are ready. Oh, guess what? There's no third line down, Layle. Ding-a-ling. There is no third line or second line down because I am here. So it's 3 inches down from here. Well, it actually, not necessarily 3 inches down because I have a lot less room now, right? So, am I still gonna do 3 inches down? Oh, I do, but I need to figure out where I'm starting from, right? So let's just start from right about here. I'll make a little dot here. All the stuff that we have to figure out to get ready, right? To get ready to start doing something. We got to test, we got to measure, we got to decide what we're doing. All right, I think that will be, okay, right there. Scattered straw. Here we go. Yes, thank you, Susan. Right, not stamping on the, yeah. I caught myself. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes you guys will be like, no. And you're like shouting in the chat. No, shouting all uppercase. Don't do that. Especially if I'm putting like the wrong date or something down, right? All right, there we go. Nice and firm pressure. There is our first love. Everything I do is standing up, except for sleep. I work standing up, I design standing up, I teach standing up. Everything I do is standing up. Even if you don't stand up when you're crafting, if you are stamping, trust me, if you trust me on nothing else, if you are stamping and you have the ability to stand, stand. You get so much more leverage when you are standing. I'm standing here. Look at the range of motion my arms have. So if I have my stamp, I have range of motion, okay, which gives me a lot more leverage. If I'm sitting down, pretend like you're sitting, or if you're sitting, try to move your arms. Your range of motion, all of a sudden you have like little T-Rex arms. I think, in my opinion, your stamping will turn out so much better if you're standing, okay? That I think is one of the easiest changes that you can make if you normally are stamping and you don't really like the way your stamping turns out. Super easy change to make is to stand and stamp and then sit back down. Let's see, Wanda, I don't know how you stand for so long. Wanda, I have forever. I just always have. For me, if I try to sit down and do anything like this, it is so crooked. It just, nothing looks right. It's just, I'm used to having a bird's eye perspective, right? I'm just used to having a totally different perspective. Like probably some of you, if you normally sit and do all your crafting, if you tried to stand, it would probably look totally different. It wouldn't look correct to you because you are used to doing all your work with a different perspective, right? From a different perspective. All right, so there's something that is already gonna bother me with this. What's going to bother me with this is it's already like half and half. Like, do you know what I mean? Like it's this weird half. Usually I think things look better in thirds, but that half and half is gonna bother me a little bit. So I'll have to figure out how to work with that. Oh, now I have an idea. Let me just think of something here. Okay, what if, let's see if, is that in one of the ones that, okay. All right, hang on. I wonder, sponge sugar's in here, I swear. All right, I am going to go grab, I need to grab something really quick. Actually, hey honey, will you get me something? Downstairs on that little cabinet thing, there's a white bin. In there are 3 packs of tins of watercolor pencils. Will you bring those? Okay, what I'm thinking is I might want to, what if I colored in the hearts? If I colored in the hearts, then, if I colored in the hearts, Nick's grabbing the 4, 5, and 6 sets of the watercolor pencils for me because I think Scattered Straw and I'm hoping Shabby Shutters, I think those might be
new distressed watercolor pencils.
Yes,
they're awesome.
You're such a spaz. I was going to call him something else than spaz, believe me. It would have to do with being smart. Like being a smart donkey is what I would have called him. Let's see. Oh yeah, Glorianne. Lorianne? I do stand the whole time. Shoe recommendations, you don't want to ask me that. I actually normally am in flip-flops. I do have some new flip-flops that have an arch in them, like some support, but then I also stand on one of those like padded kitchen mats, you know, like when you go to the airport and you see the security people standing on one of those mats. That's a big, that helps a lot. All right. Oh yeah, so I just opened, let's see, which one is this? I just opened set 6. Set 6 has spun sugar and bundled sage in it. So the nice thing about having tested, now I can test this to see if I like it. If I like how it looks with those colored in. Oh, I think this could be fun. Look at that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. We'll just now color in that little heart. And it matches perfectly because I'm using that spun sugar distressed oxide to stamp, and then I'm using the spun sugar watercolor pencil to color it in. And again, I'm just using the watercolor pencils as like a colored pencil, but they are watercolors, so you can use watercolors with them. I mean, not use watercolors, you can watercolor with them. Clearly that's not something I do. I'm having a hard time even explaining it. All right, there we go. Bundled sage. Let's look at that. Well, guess what? I better like it because I'm going to have to like it because I already started, huh? You know what I'm going to do a little bit? You know when you get a brand new pencil and it's kind of has an edge to it? I am going to color down one of those edges so it's a little bit flat. It doesn't have that. So it won't quite give me those same, the lines. And this guy, I am barely coloring. I'm barely pressing down when I'm coloring just so it's kind of light and faint. Okay, now we need scattered straw. Scattered straw is in, hopefully one of these. I'm sure it is, because I think they're all now in the sets. Set 1, set 2, set 3. There it is, set 4. Set 4. Good morning, Rose Oak 1. Rose Oak 1, did you, what else is going on the white page, this white page? Is that what you mean? Susan, I'm going to do a little bit of writing down there. And then, like, the 3 things on my list are going to be over here. Let's see. Stacy said, question, do you worry about it leaving marks or rubbing off on the opposite page in the book when you color something in like the hearts? Is there a way to set watercolor pencils? That's a great question, Stacy. I have no idea if there is a way to set watercolor pencils. If there's anyone here that knows, if you'd like to answer that, that would be awesome. But Stacy, I don't. Yeah, I don't really worry about it. Yep, I just don't. All right, scattered straw. So I don't know what happens. Oh, this one too. I want to flatten out a little. Ooh, see, look at, there's an example. There's way too much pigment when I press so hard, right? Way too much pigment when I press so hard. All right, let's just press very lightly here. Very lightly. Okay. There we go. So let's come back here. Get this little guy ready here. Yes, it definitely looks like a spring page, doesn't it? But that's all right. So these little spots are really bothering me. So let's figure out what we could do with those little, like that, that's a prime example of trapped white space. That is a prime example of trapped white space. See, just kind of like right in there and right in there, but there may not be anything I can do about it. Except maybe I can bring in some little hearts from here. All right, we'll see. I can test it because look at, I've got my same little space here that I can test with. Let's take, that'll fit on the stylus, yeah. Okay, I'm adding that little heart from that I Heart This stamp set. Put a little heart in there. I think that would work. That'll help. That will really help it. But, okay, let's try one more thing. Let's try one more thing. Get that away from that water. Clean that off very quickly. I think it helps to add some more. I just don't know how many more. So we're just gonna do it, okay? We're just gonna do it. We're gonna see if we like it. If we don't like it, then we'll be like, oh, well, we didn't really like it, but that's okay. Now we'll go to the pink. Ms. L, okay, Ms. L answered Stacy's question, I believe. She said, you use water to activate the ink, not much water. Once they dry, the ink shouldn't transfer, okay? Thank you, Ms. L. Yeah, because I don't ever use them watercolor. I just use them for colored pencils. And the reason I use those in some cases as opposed to the other colored pencils I have is because the colors match, right? They're the exact same colors, but in a different format. In the watercolor pencil, as opposed to the ink. All right. So maybe, what if we do one more over there? Let's, someone was saying something earlier about knowing when to stop, right? So let's see if I know when to stop. Ms. L, exactly what I was just saying. She uses them both ways because, because the colors match, right? Louisa, thank you. Louisa says she likes how the page is turning out. Looks so different. You have no idea. It looks so different from what I was thinking in my head, but it's working. It's taken me a different way, right? It's totally taking me a different direction than I think I thought. No, than I had planned, but it's the direction it's going, huh? It's where we're headed with it. I think the other thing that helps with this background paper, the butterflies are kind of whimsical, and then that's kind of whimsical looking, right? So I think maybe that's helping a little bit with the style, as opposed to like that's also part of the collection, right? Those two things, I mean, they're okay together, but anyhow, I'll just shut up now. I'll just be quiet now. What is it, Reg? All right, there we go. It's time to stop with all of that now. Now I may end up with, I'll leave this out, I'll clean it off, but I'll leave that out because I may end up with maybe some more hearts on the other page. We'll see. I think it is time to join these two pages now. So let's go ahead and do that. How are we doing today, friends? What are you doing? I know some of you are crafting. Some of you said that you were working on other projects, like someone's finishing up their December daily. Someone was cleaning. Anyone doing anything for a said football game tomorrow? Like, are you going to a party? Are you having friends over? Are you having family over? Maybe you have some kind of food that you make all the time for that get together or gathering, or maybe not even that, but maybe it's just something that you do. Maybe it's just you and a friend or family or something like that. All right, I am going to come in here and do, I think, one of these little hearts over here with each, because then I think it might help to, maybe 2 hearts. It'll help to kind of join the 2 pages together. So I'll do my little writing here and then end it with the heart. And then we'll be done, I think, with the hearts. Virginia is working on a layout. Nita is fussy cutting and watching. Love it, love it, love it. Mostly Mandy is listing along. That's fabulous. Bridget, she said, I like the extra hearts, but wasn't sure at first, right? Sometimes we just don't know, and sometimes you just got to do it. But what's kind of nice is if you've been testing, like we're testing our stamping, you've got a place to then test it to see if you like it, right? You've got a place to test it to see if you like it, if it'll work out. So we'll do this little guy up here. And then we'll do another one of these right down there. Oh, then this way it's kind of like a little snake. It's kind of working its way through. A love snake. Oh, that's just sounded weird. Never mind. Let's move on to the next topic now. Randomly, Rhonda just got home from church, so she's just in time. Welcome, welcome. Susan, Super Bowl, Mardi Gras, and Valentine. Mardi Gras? Is Mardi Gras usually this time of year? Bridget is having a Galentine's Day Bible study at her house tomorrow. Yeah. No football tomorrow then, huh, Bridget? Oh, Ms. L. Buffalo wings, spinach dip, and, okay, crudite? I know what that is. That's like vegetables, right? Right? And then this little guy will go right about, I guess it needs to go right there. All right, there we go. Not one of my absolute favorites, but you know what? It's coming along. It is coming along. Michelle said, I want to record my family's answer to love is, and no one is responding to my text. Oh my gosh, don't you hate that? But what's cool about what Michelle's talking about, it is fun to get other people's voices in your lists, okay? It is really fun to do that. In fact, this was at the request of a number of you. Let's look where this would be. I'm just looking in the idea book. Where would this be? Would this be in family? Chapter 11? No, it'll be in... Where is that? Okay, let me look back here and see if it would be in the index. Where would that be? It was Valentine's Day. Okay. I just have to think. Just hang on. I want to say it's in... I don't have all the pages memorized. That would be... Is that... Why isn't it? Okay, hold on. It'll make sense in a minute. It will totally make sense in a minute. So just bear with me. Bear with me. Family. But that's not it. It's... Oh, it is in family. Okay. And actually, I love it because both of these examples are on the same page. Back in February of 2021, so 3 years ago, we did this list, okay? We did this list here on the left, and it was things I love about Nick. So on this one, we talked about doing things you love about someone or something or a pet or a person or chocolate or whatever it is. Romance novels, science fiction movies, whatever it is, things I love. And then during that listing session, a number of people said, hey, you should have Nick do the same list. This is the one and only time that Nick has done a list. He didn't do it with us though, because I then said, hey, Nick, some ladies think that you should also tell me what you love about me in list form. So he did. Now, I decorated the list first and then basically said, here you go. But look, this is kind of a fun way, like Michelle talked about. Michelle is asking her family to tell her how they answer love is. This is a way that I got Nick's kind of voice, right? His voice in my list. And then along those same lines, I did that in November of 2022, where I did a thankful list and then did the same thing. Gave Nick And then Jack, our older son, and his girlfriend, little pieces of cardstock, because I knew exactly what size they needed to be. And I said, here, I would really like it if you would write on this little piece of paper what you're thankful for. So it's kind of a fun way to get other people's voices in your list, right? Right. Okay. Oh, Bridget, that's so hard. Bridget said, no football tomorrow. Hard to watch without my dad. He's been gone 10 years and it is still hard to watch without him. But Bridget, it sounds like that's something you guys did together, yeah? And something that you probably cherish those memories so much, I would imagine. Very difficult, I'm sure. And especially this time of year, football is everywhere. That's all you see. Not all you see, but you know, it's in the media quite a bit. So sure that brings back probably bittersweet, right? A little bittersweet. Jody, that is the sweetest thing. Jody said, my grandson asked me to write, I'll always love you in my own handwriting. He's keeping it so that when he is old enough, he wants to get it tattooed. That is the sweetest thing. Then that can I can kind of segue there too. When I get on a little soapbox, I don't get on a soapbox often, but I will get on a soapbox when it comes to your writing, friends, and how important your writing is, even if you hate your handwriting. It's super important because your handwriting is a part of who you are, right? It's a part of who you are. And like Jody just told us, maybe Jody really doesn't like her handwriting, but you know what? Her grandson thinks it's so much her that he wants to get a tattoo with it. So it's important. You don't have to use your handwriting all the time, okay? You don't have to use your handwriting all the time, but it's important. Use it. Use it, use it. All right. This, I think we're ready to put this on here. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. All right, if you are watching football tomorrow, I'm very curious as to which team you're rooting for. Which team are you rooting for? The gold guys or the Taylor Swift guys? I know that's very controversial. The gold guys. Well, not the gold guys. The 49ers, like the gold diggers, yes. Or the Taylor Swift guys. I reference that because, you know. Tracy says Kansas City all the way. Fun, fun, fun. All right. Okay. So now, let's see. After almost 29 years of being married, plus a few before that, the love is still very much alive. So I'm just journaling here kind of off the top of my head. So I'm just kind of talking, well, you heard me. You heard what I said. These kind of things, typically I don't plan out ahead of time what I want to say. So it's just whatever comes off the top of my head. What I'm going to write here, kind of the three things, like this. We'll just do this. Love is. Right? Because we were going to call this Love Is. Love is. There. Okay. Got a little sidetracked there. So I'm just doing a little bit of journaling. This type of list might be a little bit more scrapbooking related because I'm not necessarily making a list like this or a list like this, but it's all the same. It's all documenting, it's all storytelling, it's all journaling, it's all memory keeping. It's just different formats. This, I think, is a great example of a type of list that if you are a 12 by 12 scrapbooker and you like the kind of idea of listing, but you want to do it in a 12 by 12 scrapbook page, this would be a really easy way to do it. There is nothing here. Hang on, just looking for something. There is nothing. All right, hang on one sec. I'll be right back. Hold, please. really nothing that we do in a list that we couldn't translate to a different format, like a 12 by 12 scrapbook page or a mini book or something like that. So this would be a really easy way to do that, right? Take a couple photos, do a little stamping, or use stickers for your title, do a little bit of journaling, and then off you go. Okay, still very much alive. We still laugh together. We still very much enjoy spending time together. We love to travel and go on adventures together. Now how do I want to end that? He's my best friend, and I'm so lucky to have him. Okay, so 3 things on my list now are, where's my little list? Oopsie. Over here. Well, I shouldn't have to look, right? Because I should know. I should know what they are. Let's see. Love is still getting, and this I promise you, okay, I'll show you in a minute. Still getting butterflies when I see him. When we hold hands, and when he kisses me. Okay, butterflies. I did not write that because of the butterflies here. I promise you. Here's my original list, butterflies. Okay, just I don't want you to think that that was very much contrived, because it was not. I mean, not that there'd be anything wrong with that, but it's not. All right, so I think we better do this. We better somehow emphasize those little things or you won't really see it. Okay, the next one is, love is traveling and going on adventures and not getting sick of each other. Most of the time, right? Most of the time. Okay, last one is laughing and being silly. Laughing and being silly together. One of the most important parts of our relationship, in my opinion. All right, there we go. All done. All done, all done, all done. This would be, well, it's February 2024. So what if we do this? What if we get our little roller date stamp out? Because I think, ooh, maybe it could fit right there. I was thinking here, but I think it'll fit right there. So today would be February 10th. February 10th. 2024. I think this would be really fun. I think this would be a really fun list to do if you were a pet owner, because your pets show you love in totally different ways, right?
You forgot to tell me when I do my little dances.
When you do your dances. Oh my gosh. You're such a dork.
There are no sports on right now. I'm watching soccer. I'm bored.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. Can you guys hear all that little chit chat going back and forth? He clearly is still watching in the chat. And he said, you forgot to tell him you like it when I do my little dances. He does these weird little, anyhow. And then he's really bored because no sports are on except for soccer, which soccer is a sport, honey. I played soccer all through growing up and in high school and in college. I didn't play like in college, but I played intramural in college. In high school, because our high school was so small in Park City, Utah, there were 70 people in my graduating class, so there definitely was not a girls' soccer team back then. And so there was just a boys' soccer team. And so I tried out for and made and played on the varsity boys soccer team. February 10th, 2024. That's what it is. Just double check. There we go. All right. Yeah, so soccer is a sport, Nick. He's just teasing. He's just teasing. He's being a clown. All right, there we go, friends. There is our second list. Interestingly enough, there is no red in that, and I thought this was going to be all red and pink. But I guess if I had thought about it a little further, it really couldn't be a lot of red and pink based on the product I used because there really wasn't any red in the product. All right, there we go. There we go. I think too, if you are a grandparent, now I'm not a grandparent. I don't know if I will ever be, right? You never know. You never know with your kids what they're going to do. But if I was a grandparent, I'm sure like a Love Is, like with your little grandkids. Oh, I'm sure. Well, not Joy. I have to scroll up. Joy. Oh no, it was Joy. Yeah, when Joy said that could be Love Is, like part of your being a grandparent is when your grandson tells you that they want you to write, I'll always love you. So they could have a tattoo of it one day. That is extremely special. Extremely special. Speaking of tattoos, some of you I've told this before. Sam, a couple years ago, he was on his, I don't know, third tattoo or something. He has 4 or 5. I don't know how many, I lose count. But it was like on his third. And he came. Oh, really quickly, I didn't kind of explain what I was doing there. Let me just tell you very quickly what I just did. You may have noticed that it's just so routine. I pulled out something and put it underneath my page before I stamped. That is a pencil board. A pencil board is a flat surface that you slide underneath something. So you have a flat surface to stamp on, okay? So if I would have been okay here. If I was over here, I would have probably had a problem because I would have run into some of this. But that's just what I had done there, and I gave myself a flat surface to stamp on. Oh yes, so Sam. He came in one day and he goes, Mom, I got a new tattoo. Sam's our younger son. He's 23. Mom, I got a new tattoo. I'm like, oh, really? And he goes, do you want to see it? And I said, yeah. So he lifted up his shirt like that. Yay, thank you, Colleen, 1234. He lifted up his shirt like this, and he has a tattoo on his arm that's a red heart, and it says Mom. And I started laughing. And I go, oh, that's funny. And he goes, what do you mean that's funny? Well, I thought he was joking. I thought it was like one of those, I thought it was one of those like temporary tattoos or something. He's like, Mom, that's real. Yeah. So that was probably not my finest. I mean, it wasn't bad, but probably not my finest moment as a mom. Here's Sam. I guess that would be a Love Is when your son tattoos Mom on his bicep for you. That's a Love Is moment. All right. As I'm cleaning up here, let's talk about what our next list is. Our next list is focus. Focus, focus, focus. So the last couple of years, let me just shove these somewhere so I'm not having my back to you. The last couple of years, I have done a list that's called Focus. And it has always, for the last couple of years, looked the same. And so it probably will kind of follow the same format again this year. So let's see. Things to focus on in 2021. There we go. Things to focus on. Oh, I know why. Okay. I know I have, that's weird. I know I have 3 of these. Oh, here we go. Layle, it's right above it. Friends, please help me. Please help me. Anyhow, things I'm focusing on for 2021, things I'm focusing on for 2022, things I'm focusing on for 2023 is not in the idea book because it's a 2023 list, so it will be in the 2023 idea book that comes out in March of this year. They have always kind of followed the same format, so I will use the same-ish format this time. But the whole idea for me behind focus is, in my years, you know, because I'm mature, I'm older, I've discovered something about myself that if I set resolutions, they don't ever really work, okay? Resolutions, I don't know, are a little bit, for me, too much of a constraint, right? I have to do this, I have to do that. And then, you know, a couple days after the new year or a couple months after the new year, in a lot of cases, people's resolutions kind of fall through the cracks, right? So the last couple of years, I have done things I want to focus on. So not as much pressure, right? These are just, I don't resolve to save $112 million by February of 2024. And that's obviously a huge exaggeration. That's, to me, something like that being that specific is a little bit too much pressure, okay? So if I focus on things I want to focus on, that has seemed to be a little bit easier for me, and then I can be a little bit more successful maybe with those things that I want to focus on. So that's the whole idea behind focus and a list about focusing. So that is our next list, things I want to focus on in 2024. If you're doing a list like this and you still want to have, there's something they call SMART goals. And if you're setting a goal, they say that they should be SMART goals. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, results oriented, and time specific. That is beaten into my head from when I worked at AT&T for 8 years. But if you want to set a goal, that you should have those, they say those things around them, that structure around them, because then you know if you met your goal or not, right? If you work at a widget factory and they said, you need to produce more widgets, well, that's not necessarily a good goal for you, because what is more? And how long should it take you to do that? And how do we know if you were successful? Because it's not specific. We can't measure it if we just say more. You could have done 1,000% more, but if they didn't say what the more was, it really didn't matter, right? So, all that to say, that sometimes is a little bit more that I want to have structure to. So, I am doing things I want to focus on. Things I want to focus on for 2024. Things I want to focus on this year. The idea was last year when we did this. The idea was that we would circle back a couple times through the year and I would do a list about how I'm doing on those things. We did one in February. I was doing really well with that. And then we did one in June that I called out of focus because there were some things I hadn't been focusing on. And then didn't really talk about it much for the whole rest of the year. Deborah Crater, in maybe a month ago, emailed and said, hey, Layle, are we going to do a list to kind of wrap up focus for 2023? And I said, nope. I said, I'm not. If you would like to, you can, because my things I was going to focus on just kind of started petering out throughout the year. So ideally, in a perfect world, we would do a list at the beginning of the year, things we want to focus on. We'd check in a couple times throughout the year, and then we would summarize how all of that went at the end of the year. So that's what we'll try to focus on this year, from my perspective, that we will do our focus list now, and then we'll carry it through the year, and then we'll wrap up at the end of the year. Regardless of whether we did well on the things we were focusing on or not. And I will tell you, that's probably why I didn't wrap up, because there were a number of things on my list that I didn't do well on, and so sometimes it's easier just to forget about it, right? So anyhow, things I'm going to focus on. I just realized I left all these little guys out, so let me get these put away, or else later they'll be somewhere that I don't expect them to be. Okay, so for this one, I am going to use the Focus stamp set. So Focus stamp set, I designed specifically for this list last year. So I'll be using that. I will also be using the True Colors collection. Products from True Colors for this. This is interesting. This is another list. This is another list that I will be doing directly on. We're going to try it. We're going to try, actually, you know what I might do? I am going to skip. We'll do our last list on this page. I am going to skip a page for this focus list. The reason I'm going to do that, you could kind of see me feeling, because I have these die cuts here and I want to do my title along here, I can already tell we're going to have bump, no bump, bump. We're going to run into maybe some texture issues over here. Even if I put my pencil board there, my pencil board helps here, but it might not necessarily help here. So I'll skip this one. Our last list, I'll do with pattern paper here, so we'll be good. This will give me a buffer now. So I can, when I do my stamping here, I can put my pencil board here and I'll be okay. All right? All right, let's talk through that. So I want to do some rub-ons here again as I look at my little sketch. I loved a couple of the sayings on these rub-ons. Just doing my own thing, I thought was really pertinent to this. I'm kind of awesome, could be really pertinent to this. And then this one, it just keeps getting better and better. I thought that was also really pertinent to a list like this. So I'm going to use one of those little sayings with my focus right here. I also thought I would use camera. Okay, just looking at my notes. One of these little cameras, and then I think probably that little set of flowers. I love the flowers, and I love that black in there. That black just kind of really makes it like take notice, I think. So as I look at those colors, I need to be aware of what colors I'm going to use in the rub-ons, because those will be the colors that I want to use in my number stamps. Kind of like those colors. I will do focus in black. That's just because that it's just there. Rose Oak 1. I swatched my ink pads and I love it. I'll have to share a picture with you later today. Do Rose Ink 1. Rose Oak 1 for sure. You though actually. Oh, okay. So I just looked at, you know that you won a prize, right? From last week? And I just looked at my list. You won the pens and pencils stamp set. Swatches, pens, and pencils. If you already have it, well, just shoot me an email and we'll go from there. All right. So I need one big, long, not that one. That one doesn't work. There we go. Okay. So my focus is already spelled out for me. I don't have to do individual stamps. Now I can tell I'm feeling the back of that. It's not super sticky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, actually, we'll put this the wrong side on the stamp block. This is the flat side that normally sticks to the stamp block. There's a little bit of lint, or I was going to say fur. There's no fur on there. There's a little bit lint on the back of that, or dust. If your stamps get to the point where they're not sticking to your stamping block, it's probably because you have a little lint or dust on the back. So just take a damp cloth, clean that off, and then you're back to sticking. All right, but I could feel that that was going to be an issue. Whoopsie. Let me line that up with one of these lines. That'll be better. I just put the stamp down on my work surface. I find that it is, it's easier to pick it up and get it straight when we do that. So let's get this ready. I need my pencil board again. Shouldn't have put that away. Pencil boards I have on my website, but you don't have to have an actual pencil board. You just need something that's flat that you put underneath where you're going to stamp, okay? Let's get this inked up, and we need to test it to make sure that we're good. So we'll move this out of the way for a sec. Oh, Bridget, you are a trooper. Bridget, different. She said, she told us earlier that she was working all night. And so she just wanted to stay up and hang out today and watch. So you made it, Bridget. Like, you made it 12:45. I'm sure you're exhausted. Have a good night. Have a good night's sleep. Have a good rest. Not nights, but have a good rest. All right, so let's just see here. All right, I did not get enough ink or enough pressure over here, but there's something I can see that's going on. I have a little bit of a blob. Well, you can't see it. I'm just going to get it off. There we go. There was like a little blob of ink. So let's now just clean this off. And I will now dry it. Always want to dry thoroughly in between. Okay, you always want to dry. Some of your inks that you use, like Distress Oxide, pigment-based ink, is water reactive. So if there's any dampness or moisture on your stamp, it can react with water, and we don't necessarily want that, right? Unless you want that, unless you know that's what you want, you know what to expect, and you know what you're looking for. All right, so the black that I use is the black that I use pretty much 100% for any kind of black when I'm stamping. And that is that VersaFine Clair. It is a pigment-based ink. Let me really quickly. It's a pigment-based ink. I call it a juicy ink. It stamps really, really, really full. I'll say it stamps really full. Oh, well, never mind. I was going to do something, but I won't do it. When I say full, it gives you a nice, even, complete coverage. That's what I mean. That is what I mean. All right. Randomly, Rhonda, I just saw your comment from a while ago. Sorry about that. What type of pen do you use that doesn't bleed through? I use that Sharpie. It is a Sharpie super fine. It's not called a super fine. It's just a Sharpie. All right. So I've got a little something going on here. As I stamped that, I had a little bit of the ink that was sticking to the stamp. Do you see how it's kind of still on the stamp? It didn't quite get the complete coverage there that I like. But that's okay, because what I can do is I'm going to take a black marker, a different one, right? I'm going to take a different one, and I'm going to come in and kind of fill that in. You can see where that is not quite complete. So I'm just kind of coloring that in. And now we'll do a little bit of that over here. That ink pad may need a re-inker. It may need a little bit of re-inking because it is not quite as dark as it usually is. It means it's just kind of drying up a little bit, just because, you know, your ink pads will do that over time. There. Now, going back to the question about the pen that I write with. The pen is part of it. The paper or the insert is also very much a part of it, right? If your paper is super thin, well, then it may not matter what pen you use, right? It may just always kind of bleed through or shadow through. So that is a big part of the shadowing or the ghosting. What we're going to see here is a lot of shadowing and ghosting. Do you see that? That is primarily because of the ink. It's a really dark ink and it's a solid stamp, but also that would be in play. It's also in play because of how I colored that in. So when I come here to do my last list, I will be doing my list on pattern paper. So sometimes it will affect, sometimes it won't. It depends on the paper, it depends on the pen, and it depends on kind of what it is you're doing. But that is the pen that I use for all of my writing. And we're using one of my Traveler's Notebook inserts, and the paper is very good quality. It's not, it's definitely not like mixed media quality because I don't use mixed media on it. But it's good, really good quality. And when I say good quality, it's thicker than maybe some other Traveler's Notebook inserts on the market. Because I do like to do a lot of my work on the page, and so I don't want things to bleed through or show through. Now, if I was using a thicker Sharpie, it probably would show through, just because it's the thickness. All right, so there we go. There's the start. There is the start. Now, I think I'd like to come in with some color. Darla said, thanks for recommending those Sharpie markers. They're super. They're my favorite. I mean, I go through those guys like water. Like water. All right, more rub-ons today. More rub-ons today. So this collection is True Colors. It is from Simple Stories. It is a very, very, very fun collection full of amazing, amazing, amazing pattern and color, and I just really, really, really like it. Some of you had asked if I would be using this in a class, in a project kit, and I said, not for me. I will not be, whoopsie, Layle. I will not be for me. Well, for me. What I mean when I say for me is I will not be for Layle by Mail. I will be on two things this year. The first one is with 3 Craft Chicks. So for their April Over the Rainbow retreat, I am doing a Traveler's Notebook class using this collection, and also as part of the kit is this guy. Because is the Traveler's Notebook, because look at, I mean, this works so well with that True Colors collection. So I'm very excited. I've never done a class before where Traveler's Notebook is included. The reason that I can do that is because now I have my own Traveler's Notebooks. So that's one time I will be using it this year, and the other one I can't tell you yet. You just have to wait and see. All right. I just pulled the same tool that I had been using for the 49 and Market ones. I find, and this is like anything, right? Products are different. Like if you go to the store and buy wheat bread, one manufacturer's wheat bread is different from the other, even though they're both wheat bread. Same thing with rub-ons. The 49 and Market rub-ons transfer really easily. They kind of almost peel off themselves. The Simple Stories ones, you may need just a little bit more pressure. So, same trick though. Keep it held down, right? Don't just go like this and start pulling off. I want to keep it held down because if there's any areas, there's a good example. So I can see part of that rub-on did not adhere. So I can just lay it right down. It's in the exact same place it needs to be. And then I pick it back up again and it is good. So got a little bit of that around the edges here. Continue to come back in, lift up. Got that a little bit over here. A little bit more here. We're good over here. We're good here. Okay, I'm just working my way around some more. And, oops, one more. Oopsie. That's what I don't want to do. I moved that, right? It came off a little bit. I moved it, but I can try to make it work. I just didn't notice that I didn't have that last little part. Okay, and then that last little point. All right, there we go. Again, totally looks like it's printed right on the page, right? Did you put it back? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I missed what we were talking about. All right. Pop-up color. Now, I was thinking this. It just keeps getting better and better. It's going to fit perfectly. Okay, so again, I have stapled the sheet. As soon as I took it out, I stapled the sheet. That is so the design, the transfer, does not separate. That's interesting. I don't know if that's always there. Maybe that's always there. That was another piece of white paper that's back there. So it does not separate from the protective backing sheet, okay? So I started out by stapling. I'm going to come back in and staple this because now it's on its own. That doesn't become separated. And then that guy's okay. We'll pull off the little backer. And this part that says it just keeps getting better and better. Look it will just go right there. So nice and cute. But before I do that, so I was thinking in my little sketch, I had put a little kind of camera right there. Clearly it goes in that little spot. But then before I did the stamping, I thought it might look a little odd to have that there. I don't know. So I didn't do it. But if I wanted to do a camera in there, because the camera kind of works with focus, right? It kind of works with focus. We could do this guy. I need that little protective backer. What if we did that and then if we stacked that? Yes, okay, we're gonna do that. I'll cut that apart and then we'll stack it. That can go there. So we'll bring in more of that color now on this side. Oh, so the Simple Stories one comes with a popsicle stick. The 49 and Market one comes with that little Lick-A-Maid stick. We can use either. All right. You can kind of see, you won't be able to see this, but in what I'm doing, but as you are rubbing that design on, you can kind of see it release. So you can kind of see the color start to get kind of milky, and that's because it has removed itself from that sheet and then it's transferred it onto your paper or project or whatever it is. So again, I'm going to start picking up a little bit. Oop, didn't quite get that little top part of the camera there. Picking up. Whoops, not down here either. So when you're doing them, obviously make sure to go around the edges because that's where I'm seeing where I didn't quite get it in a couple spots. Oopsie, right there. Last little one. Sorry if you're seeing my head as I'm doing that. All right, there we go. Focus. And then oh, here it is. This part, it just keeps getting better and better. It just keeps getting, yeah, we'll do this. Better and better. All right. Rub that on. So it just keeps getting better and better. Maybe you have a lot to focus on. So you could be, it just keeps getting better and better, right? Or it just keeps getting better. But maybe you feel like it doesn't just keep getting better. Maybe you're like, I've got a whole bunch of things I got to focus on. In that case, you have other options. And so the adventure begins, make it happen, document it, get it done. You got this, the details, good things, note to self, lots of different options in the stamp set that you could add. If you didn't want it to be getting, or if you didn't want to use, not that you didn't want it to keep getting better and better, but if that just didn't really float your boat, then you've got other options in the stamp set. Okay. There we go. It just keeps getting better and better. Okay, so now we are ready for some boxes. Oh, let's get this cleaned off. The sooner you clean black off, the better it tends to, easier it tends to clean. So this will still maybe be tinted a little bit black. It may look like the polymer is a little bit black, but it's not. It won't affect, like if I stamped yellow on it, it would be fine. Okay. Bright pops of color. So now what I need to do is I need some colors for my numbers. My 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me bring out this guy again. I can already know right off the bat, Kitsch Flamingo is going to be one. I can just tell. Where is it? Or picked raspberry, maybe. Maybe it's picked raspberry. Or maybe it's both. Kitsch Flamingo, picked raspberry. Let's see here. Kitsch Flamingo. Picked raspberry. All right, and now we know we need a yellow. I don't think mustard seed is going to be a little bit too, yeah, a little bit too golden. Squeezed lemonade is a little bit too, well, I don't know. It might end up being fossilized amber. Mustard seed's a little bit bright. Maybe fossilized amber. Let's go with that one. I think squeezed lemonade is just too bright. And squeezed lemonade sometimes gets a little bit harder to see. All right, now. Oh, there's kind of a red in there, right? There's a little bit of a red. Do we bring a red in? Because I know we're going to be limited in that color because there's no mint. Tumbled glass could work. Maybe if I need to go 2 colors, tumbled glass, salvaged patina, and tumbled glass maybe? Let's look. I know I overemphasize salvaged. Salvaged patina and tumbled glass. It's like saying February. When I write it, I have to say February. And when I write Wednesday, I have to say Wednesday. Is that just me? Do you guys do that? February. Even though you know darn well how to spell it. All right, are these my 5 colors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that might be it. All right. So what I need to do here is I need to draw some boxes. My green rag like that is not flexible. This one, you need to wet it, Wanda. You need to wet it like a chamois, like a car chamois, right? So you need to wet it. And then it will, I have 2, watch. So you're saying yours looks like this? So wet it, and then when it dries, this is what happens to it. So then you just need to re-wet it. I think that's what you're asking, yeah? I also put mine in this little salt cellar. So I have that off to the side so it goes in here as I'm working so it doesn't dry out. But if you are storing this guy, do not store it in here. Or if you store it in here, make sure to leave the lid open, because have you ever left clothes in the washing machine for too long? Yeah, you don't want this. You want air in this when it's drying. You did and it was still stiff. I mean, make sure to get it really wet, like you would get like a washcloth, really wet. All right. These colors. So, I need to draw boxes first. I wonder if I can cheat here. Hang on. I'm going to look for something right here. This is from, this is one of my lists, my book of lists, obviously. See, I said same format. We're going with the same format again because this is kind of now what I've used for the last 4 years. Let's look and see how wide those were. My little boxes are, I am going to just grab some washi and temporarily put this right here. That is my mark. So I want all my little boxes to be that wide. That'll be easy. All right. All right. And I want to do this with a pencil, for sure. For sure. So how far, let's pretend with our 1. End our 2. I need to know how far down to go. So do we like it there? Or do we like it more here? I think more here. So we'll just make this little mark right there. That's our line. Don't get lost, little guys. Alrighty, so we don't want to get too close. So what if we're here? And then we need to leave a little bit of space in between. Like that much. And then can we go to here? Yes, that will work. Because I need to fit 5 on here, that's why I'm doing all my little measuring. I mean, I know sometimes measuring isn't fun, but then it takes all the guesswork out, right? Because I need to make sure that I have enough room with a little bit of space in between. All right, now we're ready to roll. So let's just make my little mark here. And then I will come back in with a pen. If we want to, I guess we should stop right there where the F stops. F stop, like in your camera. The F stop. Okay, while I'm doing this, I can't see anything on the chat, so just bear with me. Focus. So tell me, do you guys do New Year's resolutions? Like I said earlier, this is kind of my way for the last couple of years, 4 years, I guess now, of New Year's resolutions. It's just things that I want to focus on. And if you do, what are some of the things you're focusing on this year? I'm curious. I'd love to know. Oh, where does this guy start? Hang on. I need to know where this guy starts. If we know where he ends, I need to know where he starts. So normally we do this list way earlier in the year, like in January. It is February 10th when we're doing this list. I will tell you, I was not mentally prepared to land on what I wanted to focus on until probably last week. So that's okay, right? That's okay. There shouldn't be the pressure just because it's a new year. We shouldn't have all our crap together. You know what I mean? Except I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say crap. I'd say another word if I wasn't doing this. I would say that other word. And it's okay to use that other word in my book. It's just I won't say it here. Anyhow, I was not ready. I was not mentally ready to be thinking about what I wanted to focus on. Part of that, well, not part of it, all of it really was health-wise. I didn't know what the heck I should be focusing on. It could have been focusing on way different things based on what was happening. So, but now I'm ready. I know what I'm focusing on. So Nita says no resolutions, which is totally okay, right? Do you have things that you focus on either consciously or subconsciously? Just wondering. Virginia said many things. One of them is making new friends. I love that. You know, it is as we grow older, I think it becomes a lot harder to make friends, right? I mean, think back to when we were in kindergarten. It was so easy to make friends, right? It was so easy to make friends. The older we get, we're worried about, you know, what people think about us, and will they think we're weird if we just walk up to them and say, hey, and strike up a conversation. You know, you just don't know. My dad was in the Navy, and we moved around a lot when I was young, but we stopped when I was in 4th grade. So that I think was a blessing because, you know, especially that time of life, when you start getting to middle school or junior high and high school, it can become very difficult to make new friends that age, right? It's just such a hard age as it is. and people that are in like military spouses, right? I mean, you do have other military spouses that you can, befriend. But even that, and I think it's hard to go into a new school if you have little kids or kids, teenagers, whatever, and, try to make friends. It's just not, this is not super easy for some people. So, Virginia, that's awesome. I'm proud of you. That is awesome. All right. So now what I'm doing is I'm just coming in and, doing my little boxes here, which I know is a little bit like making paint, watching paint dry, but you know what? It's part of the process. It's part of what we have to do. And for me, because this is so linear, I have to use a ruler, and I have to do pencil first and then come back in with pen. It's just me. So, and I don't do these things ahead of time. I don't ever do anything ahead of time. I mean, I don't pre-stamp ahead of time. I don't pre-cut ahead of time, because that's not what this is about, right? We're working live together, right? So we're just doing the work. And I like to do the work instead of having it done ahead of time, because a lot of times there's things that I learn in doing the work like this, or mistakes I make, then that we can talk about on why something didn't work or why something worked or why I do something the way I do it. Or, back when, when I was a little kid, when Bob Ross was first on TV, and he would paint, and he'd tell you about what he was doing. He's like, I'm going to add a little dab of white here, and I'm going to use this brush, and I use this brush because it fans out like this. And when it fans out like this, it makes it look like this. And, you could learn by just watching him. So, I mean, I'm not that I'm channeling my inner Bob Ross, but I think it just helps to, you didn't go watch a Bob Ross show and he had the whole landscape already done, right? I remember watching him, and he was doing like a paint palette for the sky, and he'd have blue on there and white, and then he'd have red. And I'm like, red? What's that dummy thinking, red? And then you're like, oh my gosh, really? Yeah, like there's a lot of purple in a sunset and the red and pink. And you're like, oh, I totally get it now. Totally get it now. It's funny how Bob Ross with like the younger kids seems to have like come back into, he's kind of popular again. Sam, again, our younger son, who's 23 now, he, during the pandemic, oh my gosh, he loved to watch Bob Ross. Now, I think part of that is just his voice, right? So calming, right? The Bob Ross voice, so calming. All right, so we just need this little guy here he needs this little bottom. All right, there we go. So do you see what I did in this lower corner? Actually, let me continue this because I just need a little blip of that to go right there. And actually, this would need to come just a little bit, just so it kind of looks like it's working its way through here. It needs just a little tad for this corner. We have to make it look like it's real. Oh, well, I'm a little bit off on the corner there. We'll just fake it. No one will know. All right. So I just my box kind of works around that corner. Ms. L is focusing on eating a very low sodium diet. Good for you. Good for you. Linda May said the hardest part is life is busy and you have to make the time to spend with friends. Aha, Linda May, you're going to see that theme come up in one of the things I'm focusing on. You're going to see that. Hi, Karen. Sleep was important. It snowed, so it's been a good day to sleep in. Good for you. Hi, Amy. Amy, yay. So some of you may know Amy or feel like that you know Amy. Amy is one of my right hands. Oh, golly, what did I do here? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, I'm so angry with myself. So, no one told me what I was doing. It's not your job to tell me. So, do you remember at the very beginning when I figured out where I wanted the number to go? So, where the line needed to start? Look there's my little mark right there. There's my little mark right there. And look at where the line started above it, which means that number is a little bit too tall. Okay, so nobody panic. We're not gonna panic. I'll tell you about Amy in a minute. We gotta work through this little emergency here. Let me see. I don't want to use that. Nope, that's even bigger. All right, well, we're gonna do it because this is just what we do, right? We're gonna start over. No, totally kidding. We don't start over. We do not start over. I'm so beyond that. We don't start over. So we're just gonna do this. Oh, put it slightly in the box. Mandy, okay. So here's the thing. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's see what it would look like if it's slightly in the box. If I was stamping with a black number, I'd be totally fine with that. I would be totally fine. But this is the thing I'm going to worry about. This is the one. So where did the one go? Oh, okay. I just had it, right? Because I was measuring at the top of the page. We're not using that. Where did the one go? Oh. All right, friends that rewound last time to figure out where I had lost my stamp. Do we see it? So yes, I could do the numbers in black, but that's where I really want to bring all that color in. Okay, where the heck? If I was a stamp, where would I be? Where's my number one? It usually sticks to things like this. I took it with me when I walked away. I did? Where would I have gone? I would have gone back this way. Did I put it in there? No. No, I didn't put it in there. Oh my goodness, you guys. This is where I need my assistant. This is where I need an assistant. Nick was joking earlier today. I'm like, so honey, what are you gonna do today? Well, I'm producing. What do you mean, what am I doing? You're producing. You're producing what? Well, I'm producing your show. Really? Like what? Okay, whatever. So there's nothing to produce, right? And so I'm like, oh, well, in that case, why don't you come in and you could put things away for me and hand me things when I need? He goes, no. That's a production assistant. I'm not a production assistant. I'm a producer. I'm like, oh, look under my TN. Over here, right? Not here, not here, not there, here, not here. Oh my goodness. Lordy. No, you didn't walk away with it. Okay, so where is it? I'm just feeling all the things here. Not on any of these. It stuck to the back of the stamp set you pulled out and put back. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm looking, I'm grabbing it. What a day. Okay, it's not there. Oh! There it is, it dropped off. Oh my goodness. You guys, what would I do without you? I would just give up. I would give up. I'd go get another stamp set. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you. So I did take it away with me, or it picked it up. Oh, heavens. Okay, we're good. See, it doesn't just happen to you. It happens to all of us. It happens to all of us, right? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to test that. I'm going to reenact it to see if we'll like it. Basically, we're going to pretend, here's our little box, here's our box. Because I had measured and made a mark and then completely ignored the mark. Which, what good is a mark if you ignore the mark? All right, so I'm going in color order here. We'll start with the 1. And the 1, if it goes partially in the box, see? I know that's going to bug me if it goes partially in the box. So let's see what happens now if it has to go right. It will be so close to the top. Dummy. We're just going to make it. It's just going to basically go right to the edge. Oh, it's not too bad, okay? It's not too bad. I would have really preferred to have a little bit more room, but it's not bad. It could have been worse. Could have been way worse, right? It could have been way worse. All right. Okay, yes, Amy, thank you. Amy said perfect. Looks good. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, here we go, friends. So Amy, back to Amy. Amy and I go, I don't even know how far back, Amy. I don't know if we've ever figured that out. Amy and I go back many years, all in the scrapbook industry. I don't even know how before Howard, Amy, but anyhow, we go back many years. A number of years ago, what is it, 2 now, maybe? 2? No, 3. I bet this part's 3. I think 3 years ago, Amy and I were chatting about something. I don't know, over text or something like that. And long story short, ended up connecting me with one of her friends, Andy K. Art, that ended up doing the clipboard stamps that so famously popular, loved them clipboard stamps based on something that I said I would really love to see in the industry. And then I carried those for a long time. So maybe like a year later, about 18 years. Oh my gosh, that's crazy, Amy, right? Okay, so maybe like a year later, I was to the point where I just needed help. I needed help, but I needed a special kind of help. I didn't need like help picking orders, packing orders, that, came later. But I needed somebody to work with me on developing new product. And so, I don't know, Amy and I hadn't talked for quite a while. And I just reached out and said, hey, how's it going? And, we got on a phone call. We were just catching up. And I said, so what are you doing these days? And she's like, well, I'm doing some consulting and this and that. And I'm like, well, do you have room for like another client that you could fit in your mix of clients or whatever? And she's like, well, what do you have in mind? And now has that been 2 years, Amy? 2 years or more. Anyhow, Amy makes it all happen. When I say, hey, listen, I'd really like a round stamping block, she says, I'm on it. And then she goes and finds where we can, finds a factory to have us have them manufactured, and then deals with all of that. All of that, deals with the back and forth and the specs and everything. So she does that with stamps. So we brainstorm about stamps, and then she takes it from there and works with the designer. These guys, right? I said, Amy, I'm having a harder and harder time finding these to source anymore. Let's do our own. And she says, I'm on it. And then finds a place in a totally different part of the world than you would think to have these made. So she is awesome. Idea book, huge part of the idea book. But anyhow, yes, she is, she's my gal. And we have so much fun. But yes, could not do one. Okay, hold on. Oh, there we go. No, I could not do without her. I could not. All right. So now, again, this is going to be one of those things that if I said 4 years ago, if you had told me all of this, I would have been, and the Traveler's Notebooks, I mean, all of it, like literally any product that has my name on it. She is a huge part of. Oh, that I was worried about that color, right? I was worried about fossilized amber, but that's like perfect. That is perfect. Okay. Well, what was I just saying now? I don't remember. I totally lost my train of thought when I got sidetracked by the pretty fossilized amber. No, anyhow, yes, could not do it. Oh, I know. Where I was headed was, so with Amy, because Amy's about, I don't know, Amy, 50, 60 hours a month, maybe? A lot. Between Amy and a couple of different graphic designers, and then Lily, 24 hours a week, and Denise, 24 hours a week. We've got quite the little thing going here. But it just makes my life so much easier. It makes it so I can have a life. Makes it so I can have a life now, which is which is awesome. Let's see. Virginia said, I'm sure Amy has a lot of fun working with you. We have a lot of fun working together. We're very similar. She said, yes, 56 hours a month, best team ever. Yeah, we are having a very good time. And certain times we think alike and certain times we think different, which is really important, right? You don't want to have somebody that thinks just like you, because then that's not good. I mean, it's nice to have things that you share in common. Like work ethic. I think we both have the same work ethic, which that's a good thing to share, right? But we have different ideas about things, which is always good to have a counterbalance. All right, last color. Whoopsie. And I'll tell you what those colors are again here in a sec. Well, I'll line them up so you can see if you're trying to match colors. Whoopsie, that moved a little bit on me. That's all right. Okay, so we did Kitsch Flamingo, Picked Raspberry, Fossilized Amber, Tumbled Glass, and Salvaged Patina. One of the things that I am working on, well, this is not like a hard work on, but going forward, as new collections come out that I carry on the website, I will always tell you and show you what colors coordinate. So if you're buying True Colors and you want to have inks that coordinate, then I will tell you which colors I feel match or coordinate with them. All right, there we go. We're off to a good start, except for my little bobble at the beginning. We can move that now. Okay, so things I'm focusing on this year. I think what I will do is I will start out with writing what each of the things are just here, and then I'll be doing a little bit more wording with it. And I think probably what I will do, just for the sake of time, is I will write the additional wording after the fact, and then next week we can take a look at that. And I'll tell you what I say. There's no secret. It's just that I don't know if we want to take all the time to watch me like write all the wording out. So I'll just write out the little first part of each one. So some of these are going to fall in line with a little bit some of the things I'm looking forward to this year, right? They don't have to necessarily separate. They can kind of go together a little bit. Amy said, we have so much fun. Oh, thank you, Amy. Layle is awesome to work with. We also get into good trouble together. We do. We like to shop together. We like to go to stationery stores together. But that's all part of the working together and coming up with new product ideas or different things that we want to do. Or, we might go somewhere and see a color palette or something that, inspires you to go a certain direction. And yeah. Okay, first thing is listen to my body. So there's going to be a lot wrapped up in health here, in exercising, and in listening to my body, because my body talks to me. My body tells me, you know what, we're going to make you pass out because you shouldn't be standing like that. You shouldn't be having your neck that way. That's one of the big things I've learned in the last 2 months. So listen to my body is a big one for me. Another one is decluttering. Decluttering. That is another big one. I have a very clean house. Parts of the house, there is no clutter at all. At all. The kitchen, the family room. People will come to our house and say it looks like a model home. Those parts, there's no clutter. Our bathroom, nothing on the counter, no clutter there, but clutter in the drawers. My closet is always a giant mess, totally disorganized, stuff everywhere. My drawers in my bedroom with my clothes, that's always a giant mess. And then there are a few parts in my craft room that are starting to get that way again. And I have learned, especially in the last 2 months after the things that have been going on with my health, that clutter is too much. It's too much for my brain to handle with everything else that's going on. So I have done some major work in January, and I will continue to focus on this the rest of the year. Absolutely, for sure, 100%. The next one is, wait, hold on, because I got to think about this. How did I do this? Because I had 3, 4, 5. Okay, next one. Virginia, no, wait, Virginia, no, someone else said this. I gotta see who said this. Where did it go? Someone was talking about, oh, I think, was it Linda May? Mostly Mandy? I don't know. Someone said something about, I apologize. I remember this is what you said. I remember we chatted about it, but then someone said something about, you have to, maybe it was Linda May, you have to, reach out to your friends. Like you have to put in the effort, right? And that's what I have here. Focusing on personal relationships, friendships, my relationship with Nick, with my family, of really focusing on not improving. I don't necessarily say improve, but really just working at those because, you know, if I don't call my friends, then those friendships or reach out or text Linda May. Yes, Linda May. Thank you. But if I don't like focus on those things, then, you know, it's, my dad always said it takes two to tango. That was generally when my sister and I were fighting and we'd be complaining, right, of what she did, she said, and he would always say it takes two to tango. But the other part is it does take two to tango, right? You do have to put in the time in your relationship. So, cultivating, but that's not it. I mean, cultivating. And focus really is the word, but I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to say personal relationships. And then I'll explain it when I'm writing personal relationships. But that's the gist of that one, right? That is the gist of that one, that you got to put in the effort, right? We've got to put in the effort. So I'm putting in the effort, more effort, more effort. Well, some of you were on earlier when my mom popped on and said hi. And I said, oh my gosh, isn't that sad? Sometimes the only time I talk to my mom in a week would be here, which that's not good, right? That's not good. All right, next one. So there we go. 1, 2, 3. This one is on the dang list every year. It really is. And it feels like a broken record, but balance. Balance for me is between my business and my life. Okay. Balance. I would say I am posed for the first time ever to make the biggest difference in this year by just getting help, by hiring Denise and having Lily and Denise work as a team to do all the orders and all of that. So that is, I feel I'm in a really good position for this one. But balance has been, like, if you looked up on my wall in front of me years ago, I was doing one little word. This is interesting. One year it was focus, and the next year it was balance. And there's still on my wall, maybe like this big, a acrylic word that says balance. It has been something that I have never been good at in my entire life. So this is the year. The last one, this is going to sound so bad. It's going to sound so bad. Not bad. It's just, you might not, it's just weird. Spending time outside. So when I say it's going to sound bad, I'm putting the connotation with that, I guess, spending time outside. Because there are days that I don't leave the house. And it's just because I'm working, but to not leave the house, not get outside, not get fresh air, not get vitamin D, I know I feel better. Even if I'm out running errands, Lily and Denise are great. Hey, you guys, every Tuesday and Thursday, before you come to work, I need you to check the mail. And hey, will you guys run to UPS on your way home? It's so easy for me to do that. But then what that means is I don't leave the house, which is not good. So spending time outside. Spending time outside could be just getting in the car and going to get the car washed. I'm just out and about. But spending time outside could be walking, it could be hiking, it could be spending time in nature, whatever it is. So those are the 5 things that I am focusing on this year. Some are bigger than others. Some should be really easy for me to check off the list, like the decluttering. Once I get all that done, once it's done, well, obviously over time it gets worse, but the stuff that I did a month ago is still staying uncluttered, so that's good. Others are going to take a little bit more work, right? Like this personal relationships and really reaching out to people, that's going to take work, right? Not hard work. It's just focused work. Okay. All right. Ms. L said I'm the same way. I work at home and don't get out of the house enough, right? When you work at home, and if you own your own business at home, a lot of times it just, you don't leave the house because there's always things you're working on, right? Okay, so there we go. Like I said, I will, before we're together next week. Oh, that's something we need to talk about. We're not together next week. There we go, Tammy, evenings on the patio. Yes, like literally even, we have a beautiful patio with a beautiful view of the mountains. Literally even, or in the morning going outside to have my coffee instead of sitting, excuse me, in the house to have coffee, right? There are things like that that are really easy to do. All right, so we'll talk about when we'll be together again shortly. We're ready for our last list. This, I just want to recap again if you weren't here. I skipped this page, okay? I skipped this page. I didn't do focus on this spread. The reason I didn't do that, you can see my focus is ghosting or shadowing through, and that's just inevitable. If you were stamping on cardstock, if this was cardstock, you wouldn't have that happen, but it's just inevitable. So I didn't do this here because I knew if I did it here, it would affect this list that we had just done. So now our last list we're going to do here, even the 2. Do you see that 2? Do you see how the 2, there's a little bit of shadowing and ghosting on that? That's why we do that. That's why I did that. Okay. Next up, our last list for the day. Let's get these guys just at least moved out of the way. Let me put True Colors away. Let me put this stamp away. All right. Last list is things I'm looking forward to this winter, right? Things I'm looking forward to this winter. I will tell you right off the bat, spoiler alert, one of the things on my list is it being over, or spring, okay? Winter is not my favorite. I live in Utah. We live in Utah. It is snowy. It is cold. We get a nasty thing called inversion. It is just not my favorite. Winter is not my favorite. So I am looking forward to it being over. And that can be on my list, right? It's my list. I'm the boss of me. I can have whatever I want on my list. So that's one of the things on my list. I am going to use a collection for this list that we also used last week. And that would have been the collection that I used in my About Last Month list for January. So I'm going to use Winter Wonder from Simple Stories. We can like cute winter things, but we don't have to like winter. Nick, I love evenings on the patio. I know, me too. Me too. Lisa said was thinking the same thing. What was that, Lisa? What was that? All right, so we are looking for, I don't know, what are we looking for now? We're gonna get some of these things put away just because then it's not so cluttered. I have a hard time thinking sometimes when things are cluttered. Things are cluttered. Nick's still here. I'm surprised we didn't hear anything from the peanut gallery when it came to things being cluttered, honey. All right. Today is beautiful. I know, Linda May, no inversion. Linda May lives in Utah. Yeah, no inversion. It is, though, starting to get cloudy. I wonder if we're supposed to get snow. It is starting to get a little overcast here because it was beautiful. Blue sky earlier. Beautiful blue sky. Like not a cloud in the sky. What was another one of these? Okay. Last up. Winter Wonder is for things I'm looking forward to this winter. You were napping. Oh, okay. Winter, not a fan. Oh, there we go, Lisa. Yeah, that's what you were thinking too. Winter, not a fan. I know. Winter, not a fan. All right, so we do know that I need to do this list on pattern paper because we were just talking about the shadowing ghosting. Nita lives in Florida. What is inversion? So an inversion is when the cold air gets inverted. So the cold air is on the ground and the warm air is above the ground. What is in between the ground and above the ground, the cold air and the warm air, is basically a layer of smog, pollution. because of the way that the Salt Lake Valley is situated, there are mountain ranges on both sides. So you basically have this little valley like this, right? Mountains on both sides. And so when the inversion comes, the cold air gets trapped underneath a layer of smog and the warm air is on top. So it gets cold and it looks just very gray all the time when the inversion is here. It's just yucky and it's kind of sad and depressing and pollution. There we go. Yeah, it's pollution. It's pollution. The only thing that will drive it out is weather. So it needs like rain or snow, and then that mixes up all that inverted air and then it goes away. So because it's geographic, it's a problem. It's hard to, it's a very hard fix. It's a hard fix because, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens. I don't know how it will ever get fixed. But yes, it's a beautiful place. It's a lovely place to live. Really it is, I promise. But except for that. All right, so I have papers here from Winter Wonder from Simple Stories. Burr, it definitely comes into play. The snowflakes come into play. So what I thought I'd do, this is going to be a one-page list. Here's my little, I'm going to show you. There we go, Nick. The inversion traps all the pollution in the valley. Yep. This is my sketch. Over here, my title, here's my things. And then over here, there's a whole bunch of layers or something. Those are all my layers. Aren't I an amazing artist? You probably didn't know that I was such a good artist, did you? Yeah, that's my extent of being able to draw. Non-existent. So I thought I'd do a bunch of layers on this side. So this is going to be a 2-page list, but really it's just my list is going to be over here. This is all going to be kind of fun decorating. So I need to decide what I might want to use for that, right? For all my little layers. Let's just see, because I kind of want to get that figured out before I decide what happens over here. I'd like to figure that out. Let it snow, but really I don't want to let it snow, but maybe that goes here. I don't know. That can probably go there even though I don't want it to snow. Winter wishes. Oh, okay. So I won't use those two together because words and that's too many words. So we don't want to use that. Here's some little skis. Oops, those are upside down. Because the baskets on the snow, on the ski poles like that. That's how I knew they were upside down, if you were wondering. Yeah, those aren't really going to work. Because you know why that doesn't work for me? All that white space in there. If I wanted, I could just do this. Maybe. We'd just cut these guys away. And maybe just use the skis. I don't know. I just don't like that white space. That would be an example of where a rub-on would be really awesome, because in the rub-on you wouldn't have that little white space. But I wouldn't want to do a rub-on on there because you wouldn't see it. So there's definitely there is a place for all the things. Sometimes rub-ons you need, and sometimes you need non-rub-ons. See, that works way better, don't you think? We don't need to worry about the little ski poles. Maybe we have one ski pole. I don't know. Those are too big now. All right, there we go. Much easier. Much easier. Another team member just showed up. That would be Scott. Okay, he's not really a team member, but he's our mailman. Mailman Scott is pretty freaking awesome. He's the one who picks up all the orders every day. I don't know. He was probably just delivering boxes, I imagine, because nothing went out today. All right, let's look. Yeah, Karen, I think your drawing on the computer is far better than my drawing. Okay, I don't know if we'll use that. Well, some little skates. So, actually, before I get too far, I probably just better decide that I am going to use this. And I need to cut that down because I'm starting to layer things. And if I layer things and I'm layering based on this width, then I'm going to get in trouble because my page won't be that wide. So, we are going to trim this down to 4 3/4. So it will be 4 3/4 by 8. That is from the 6 by 8 paper pad. That will go right there. Gerda said, we live in Texas and sometimes I would like for a few days some snowfall and then it can go back into the 60s or 70s. You had some, didn't you guys have some? I guess it depends on where you are in Texas, right? I think Houston area this year got a lot of snow, like in January, last month. Because I know, because one of Amy's daughters lives in Houston and Amy and I were in LA working, buying trip and working on the idea book and doing some other things. And remember, she was talking to her daughter on the phone, and there was a lot of snow. Not a lot of snow. For Houston, it was a lot of snow because they don't usually get snow, right? All right, so we're just working here. We're gonna just do some layers. We're just gonna do some layers. See what we end up with. Winter Wonderland, I guess. This could go over here maybe. Let it snow. We don't need another let it snow. We already have a let it snow. Here's a cute little snowflake. Maybe we do something like that. I don't know. We're very squarish right now. These can go over here maybe. I don't know. Sometimes when you're layering, this is just, I don't know if there's a better way to do it. This is how I do it. Literally, it's just moving stuff around, right? You're just moving stuff around until you get to where things look right. If you're layering or you're not even sure where to start, there's a couple of rules, I think, when it comes to layering. Number one, you want different size, right? We want different scales. So we have some tall, skinny things. We have some square things. We have some, actually, let me do this. Let's take this off of there. That'll make it a lot easier. So we want different size, different shape, right? Even if I have two of the things like this that are maybe roughly the same size, not roughly the same size, maybe like those are kind of the same size, they're different shapes. So you want to be working in different size, different shape. The other thing they say is if you are working in odd numbers, like odd numbers versus even numbers, as you're kind of building your little clusters. Maybe odd versus even. I don't know, I kind of have a big block going here, but that's maybe, oh, there's some other snowflakes. Maybe we work in a little bit up here. I think that works. How many did I end up with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Different colors, different sizes, different shapes. Okay, so now there are 7 pieces in there. Would Winter Wishes go more with you're done with the snow? Winter Wishes. You mean this guy? I know, right? I know. But then this is a funny thing. It would, right? Winter Wishes would be more like I really would like the winter to be over. But scale-wise, it's too much the same size of like the coat. So I'm going with Let It Snow. Sometimes the product takes, sometimes sometimes the look takes precedence over what's going to be on the list. All right, so I don't know now, what did I do with the, okay, I'm not sure where it is, but, oh, there it is. I've got a different color that too. I'm going with this again. No, Tammy, but I love that you asked that, right? Because I'm sure you were thinking, well, wait a minute, that doesn't really make sense. Why would you put that there instead of this? So no, I love that you answered that question, or asked that question. All right, so now what we have going on here, I have 7 pieces. If I, let it snow somewhere else. There we go, Linda. Let it snow somewhere else, Linda May. All right, I have all those 7 pieces. Now, if I were to try to pick all those pieces up and then put them back down where I had them, I would never be able to do that. It would never work if I tried to do them all individually. So what I do is I'm using this again, that repositionable tape. Okay, if you missed it earlier, this is highlighter tape, okay, repositional highlighter tape. It is meant for text, highlighting things like in a textbook. And when you think how thin the pages are of a textbook, imagine putting Scotch tape or washi tape or something like that on the page of a textbook or a Bible or something like that. Really, really, really fine paper, thin paper. It would, as soon as you tried to peel it up, it would like pull half the text with it. Or in this case, it would pull half the color with it, right? Let's just make sure that we're all, I can use this repositionable tape to go from 7 individual pieces to 1 piece, right? Look at that. Now that's 1 piece. It is exactly how I want it because that's how I laid it out. I can now turn it over, apply all my adhesive, and then put it back down again and then take the tape off. You may have noticed that I pulled all that tape from the dispenser and not like you would normally use it. It's because it's repositionable. So I can just keep using it and using it and using it and using it. All right, so I am going to use my tape runner on part of it because I've got some really big areas there that I can use tape runner on, right? And then I'm going to come in with a glue pen and then come in some of those little areas that's a little bit harder to get adhesive in, right? Because I don't want those little edges to lift, like the little edges of the, just kind of come in here. Ooh, especially the skis too, right? Because those little skis. All right. Oh, this is one of the things, like we were talking about Amy earlier. Amy, a year ago, 2 years ago? I don't know, let's say 2 years ago. I'm going to put something down here. So when we were looking at just different products I could carry, she's like, hey, I think you should carry this. This is a really awesome product. And it was that repositionable or the highlighter tape. And I'm like, oh my goodness. It's like, for something like this, it's perfect. It's perfect. Okay. Now, before that, if I wasn't filming, before the repositionable tape, sometimes I would take a picture of it and then try to get it all back down. It never. This is just so much easier. And then that just peels right back up. And it doesn't pull off any of the color. It's not pulling off any of the paper. And then all those little pieces, I'm just going to put right back onto this guy because they're repositionable. So I might as well just keep using those until they don't want to be used anymore. Okie dokies. Jennifer said she's outside of Houston. They were super excited to get a dusting of snow. Jennifer also said my kids were excited to have a snow day more than anything, right? Snow day. I remember when I was a kid. Now I remember when I was younger. I shouldn't say little. Probably when I was in high school or middle school. Back then there was no internet. Back then we had to walk to school up the hill 8 miles both ways. No, but back then there was no internet and there were no cell phones. You couldn't get texts. There were no emails. You know, nobody really had a computer. And so you would watch the news in the morning to see if school was canceled, right? So I remember being so excited every time they're like, school's canceled. You're like, yay. All right. So I am going to I want some kind of little word strip or something down here. So I'm just looking at the sticker book. Something like this could work, right? Oh, there's more snowflakes if I feel like I need any more snowflakes. Something like that could go on. What I'd really like, you know what I'd really like? I'd really like a word strip sticker. Oh, so cute. Like, look at those little animals. Like, look at the little polar bears. So cute. Okay, no word strips. So, what I may look at is, I feel like I need some weight down there. I'm going to pull in, let's see. How about small talk? Word strip sticker. And so the adventure begins. Be open to whatever comes next. That could totally work, right? Winter. Be open to whatever comes next. There we go. Okay. So if you know me, one of the things that I say quite frequently, it's a word of advice. If it ever looks like something is missing, It to me looks like something's missing there, right? It just needs something to like pull it all together. If you ever feel like something's missing, the answer is always a word strip sticker. Look at, something's missing. Oh, there it is. That's just what we needed. Okay, there we go. Be open to whatever comes next, which is spring. So there we go. Let it snow, be open to whatever comes next, which is spring. We'll be open to spring because we don't like the winter. I think I will probably forever live in a winterland because Nick is very much likes to ski. I used to ski. I don't anymore. I haven't for years. But he enjoys it. So we live in the winterland. We live in the winterland. Like, couldn't we just like live at the beach and then, you know, you could come skiing a couple times a year? Couldn't you like, we live at the beach and you come skiing every other weekend? No, that would not be in our budget to live at the, well, let's be honest. It wouldn't be in our budget to live at the beach unless we sold probably everything we own plus more. I would like to live at a nice beach. All right, there we go. Let me see. Oh, Karen said it's so hard to put adhesive on the pretty side of the paper when the B side is perfect for the project. I know, right? That other side of that, it is hard. It is hard. Oh, Amy gave us a little hint there. She said it works great for die cutting too. Keeps your dies on your paper perfectly with no slipping. We just might be able to show that maybe in about a month or so. I might just be able to show you that in a month or so. Okay? Okay, friends? Did you hear what I just said? Maybe in a month or so, I might just be able to show you how that little tape would work with metal dies, maybe? I wonder. Okay, things I'm looking forward to this winter. Well, I don't know. This could come over here, but I'm not sure if that's the right thing yet. Because now, I was thinking that before when I was just looking at these two papers, but now that I have all of that else on there, now that I have everything else on there, look it. Don't you think that'd be fun? Isn't that kind of fun? I think it's kind of fun. Hi, Christy. Nice to see you. Howdy, howdy. Janelle, hi Janelle, said just checking in from St. Louis. We'll watch what you missed earlier. Mostly Mandy, what does that mean? OMGT. I don't know what T means. Like TEA. Let's see. Christy said, my daughter's wife loves to ski too, so they will always be in the snow states. They're in Vermont now. Christy, where are you? I don't know. I don't even know if I knew that you had an older daughter. For some reason, I think son. Son too? Maybe younger at home still? I don't know. Yeah, they're so right. They'll always be in the snow states. I think we're always going to be in the snow states. Maybe we need to train Nick to like golf better. I agree. Yeah, I think it would be nice. Unfortunately, they're two opposite parts of the year, right? So yeah, if they were the same time of year, I might be able to convince him, but no. Yeah, I like the plaid. I think the plaid is fun. And then the plaid makes it so that it's not so wintry because we really don't like the winter. All right, so let's do this. We need to trim this guy down to 4 3/4 because that's what I always do. Always when I'm working with a base. That's what this guy was. 6 by 8 piece of paper. I trim it to 4 3/4 and then it gives me a nice little white border all the way around. Did I say 6 3/4? 4 3/4. I don't know what I just said. 3 kids. Daughter is 23. My sons are 15 and 12. Okay, then that would explain why that I just think sons, because that's probably like on social media what I see or hear you talk about is sons, right? Dandy, I had to run back from the ironing board. That is an exciting spoiler. All right, so we know what Dandy's doing while we're listing. She is ironing. I'm just going to trim this a little tiny bit. Just a little tiny bit. I'm just going to make it like just a titch narrower. Just a titch. Just a teeny tiny titch. Heidi would love to live on the beach too. Yeah. Oh, spill the tea. I get it. Like spill the tea. I totally understand now. OMGT. I'm like, what? Yeah. Spill the tea. Totally get it. Yeah, that is a big hint. Dies. There are 3. Well, not 3 dies. 3 sets of dies, I guess, if you want to say, coming. March 20. Is it March 21st? It's the 3rd weekend. That Saturday. You guys, or no, that Friday. So I don't have a calendar in front of me because February is on my wall. That would be, it's like the 20th or 23rd, whatever that Saturday is. We're having an all-dayer, okay? Just know that. There's for sure an all-dayer that day because that will be the 4-year anniversary, friends, of this. This will be the 4-year anniversary of us being together on a Saturday. That Friday morning, you will see all kinds of new things revealed. I've already told you the idea book is coming, right? The 2023 idea book is coming. That's when it will be released. That's when you'll see dies. That's when you'll see new stamp release. That's when you'll see some other fun products as well that are brand new. Very excited about that because we got to make a big splash that weekend. It's going to be big, 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 big. All right, so we need some white cardstock now to do our list on. Let's get that. Very excited. In fact, one of those things, there's a big palette coming, a big palette of product that's something new that I have had manufactured that will probably get here in the next 2 weeks, maybe, week to 2 weeks. And it's going to sit here and it will be sit here and it's just going to wait until then. It's going to wait until then. All right. All dayers are the best. I know. I like it when we do all days. Thank you, Amy. March 23rd. March 23rd. Yes, there'll be lots. So the Friday is when you'll see all kinds of fun things get released. Okay. So my list is happening on here. Well, we're doing lots of the pinks today, aren't we? Isn't that interesting? Kind of lots of pinks and blues. Pink and blue and a little bit of green. Pink and a little bit of green and a little bit of green and blue. But all look totally different, right? Okay. So let's trim our white cardstock. I'm going to say 4 by 7 1/4. I think that's usually what it ends up being, 4 by 7 1/4. 4 by 7 1/4. So we'll see enough of that cute plaid all the way around, right? Yes. Before I get too far, I got totally sidetracked when I was looking at these stickers. I can't stop thinking about these cute little guys. That I better get one in there now or else I'll not have room for them. These little guys, I need one of these cute little animals to go in here. I think maybe the polar bear, but let's look because does he get too lost? If he goes down here? No, he doesn't. He'll be cute there. Okay, so, but we probably need, let's see, if we have, yes, look at, all right, let's get this off of here. This guy, if we put our little washi along here, then it ties kind of in with this page, right? So that's washi from Winter Wonder. Winter Wonder washi. I think if we just do like that. It'll be a nice little place for our little man to sit on. Our little cute little guy. Like maybe like right here. Yeah? Oh, look at his cute little scarf now kind of goes. So let's look. I did notice there was one more up at the top of the page. I wonder what his scarf looks like. No. I think this is a good one. Yeah, I think that's good. Because then it kind of goes. All right. So let's do some outlining here. Caralia Lynn said, I'm having so much fun. Thank you, Layle. You give me an excuse to create, and I always feel so much better after a time like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Do you know what? I get it. I get it. Because, and I hopefully I tell you guys this enough. I probably don't. This probably goes back to the stronger relationships or whatever I wrote on the one of my 5 things I'm focusing on. I get so much out of these Saturdays, you guys, I can't even tell you. And I think a lot of us that are crafty, right? If you do any kind of craft, you do it for a reason because you get so much out of it. It just like fuels your soul, right? It just fuels your soul. Well, I don't get a lot of soul fueling because I don't give myself permission enough to do this, to just play. This for me is 100% play. There is zero work associated with this. Well, don't kid yourself. It usually takes about 4 to 5 hours to prepare, between taking the photos of everything, the emails, the social media, prepping everything. But this part is such play for me, because it's just, I get out all the things and I play and I try and this works and that doesn't work, and we chat, and it's very social for me. I just get so much out of it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I like to tell you guys, I hope I do enough, how much I enjoy this, and how much I enjoy you giving me the opportunity to do this. Because guess what? If this was, if you guys weren't here, I would not be doing it. I wouldn't give myself this opportunity to do this. I would not give myself. No, there are times like this morning, I'm like, oh, I'm in such a bad mood. My hair's not working. You know, I'm just all the things. Like sometimes we get. And then I start doing this, and it's like, turn your frown upside down. It just puts me in such a great mood. So thank you. And thank you for saying that, Caralia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christy said, oh my goodness, I just had that same conversation with my husband. We need to fill our cups, and this does it for me too. Yes, 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 yes. I'm glad. I am glad. I am glad. I'm glad. I'm glad. You know what? I think I need one more. I think I need one more little, oh, he's not down yet. That is not adhered down. I'm going to just do a little double outliner here. That's when you know things are getting serious, when we go from the single outline to the double outline. That's how that in the box stamp started, that stamp set, because for, I don't know, a couple of years, if you look back through the idea book or you look back through my list, you'll see every once in a while I would do a list that had boxes on it, and I would do just that. I outline and then do another one outline, and I put my little journaling in the box. And then one day, you guys are like, hey, we really want a stamp like that. And I'm like, why do you want a stamp like that? You can just like draw the lines. Okay, I'll make a stamp like that. All right, here we go. So now we need to do a little bit of stamping. Speaking of stamping, we need to do a little bit of stamping. So once a quarter, basically once a season, we do this list. Things I'm looking forward to this spring, summer, winter, fall. This is how the All the Things stamp set came to be. So the All the Things stamp set is kind of a big mix and match. Ooh, that almost didn't come out right. I was going to put a B in front of the mix, and that would have not sounded correct, politically correct at all. A mix and match, like build your own stamp set. So the idea behind this stamp set is you take some of the prompts, like my favorite things about, things I'm, things I'd like to, things I, and then mix those, match them with the other things, like my favorite things about last month, things I'm looking forward to this winter, things I'd like to forget, things I'd like to do again, my favorite things about this summer, things I'd like to do over, things I dislike. So kind of a mix and match stamp set. So I'm going to do something a little bit different this time from what I normally do. Let's do this. Why don't we, instead of just laying stamps down willy-nilly and then losing them, we'll just do like this. Things I'm looking forward to, and then I need the word this. But what I thought I would do, instead of using winter, I'm thinking that I might stamp with alpha winter. Okay, we're gonna see. I'm not certain yet if that's what I want to do, so we're going to see how this might work. Because this would go here, and then winter would go here. And things I'm would go right here. Things I'm looking forward to, this, and then winter. I guess what's going to tell us if this will work or not is going to be this stamp set, Reggie Alpha. If it fits, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't make a joke about that. I was going to make an OJ related joke. If it doesn't fit. Things I'm looking forward to this winter. Let's just move on. Okay. We need a little stamping block. Winter. Let's see if it looks like we're going to fit. I don't know. It might be tight. It might be too much. Oh yeah, Layle, that's never going to fit, I don't think. You can tell I'm still gonna try. I think we just need to go in with, yeah, look at WI. There's no way that'll ever fit. Winter is never gonna fit there. Now, the only thing that I could do, because it is my writing, I could make my writing smaller, right? Because I could just write it. No, because then I'm still have to deal with this side of the G. Still have to deal with the side. It's just not going to fit. Now, if I had the next alpha stamp set that's coming out in March, it would fit, but not this one. Just, you can tell I really want that winter to work. WI, no, it's not going to work. Okay, we're just going to use winter as part of the all the things stamp set. I'm all the things. Da, 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 da. Tammy said, I swear you're my, Tammy, yes, you must quit. I think that's what you meant, right? She said, I swear you're my twin. Our sense of humor is identical. Sometimes warped sense of humor. But I tell you guys too, you know, if it pops into my head, chances are it's going to come out my mouth. So sometimes I can stop it. Sometimes I can stop it. Sometimes I can't. All right, here we go, winter. Here we are, winter. There we go. Things I'm looking forward to this winter. Nothing. No, I am. Okay, so now what I wonder is, normally I use black. I'll be doing my little things right here in black. My writing will be in black, but what if we wanted to stamp that? Like, could we find a really, really, really dark navy? A really, really, really dark navy to kind of go with that? Let's see, our blues. Oh, I mean, it's gonna, I don't think so. I don't think there's a navy that's that dark. Then I think it will look too weird. Then it look like we were trying too hard. Chip sapphire, no. Where's the other? Yeah, nope, too much blue. Too much blue. So we are just going to do, although, I mean, I guess I could pull in a different, oh, I don't know. I could try to pull in a different color. I could pull in, there's a lot of mint in there. I could pull in the pink, I guess, right? Maybe we pull in the pink. We already have some of it out. Maybe we just pull in the pink for our title. That's how you can tell I'm really trying to get away from winter, aren't I? Kitsch Flamingo. Kitsch Flamingo, there we go. And he's already out. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're going to do our title in pink. That's how much we love winter. Okay, I need stamping blocks. You can tell that's when my energy starts. I just thought of something. Hang on. I have to go tell Nick something, because if I forget this, I'll be in big trouble. Hey, Nick. 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 Honey. Nick. No. When I'm done, remind me, you know, I gotta play with the strawberries this year. Okay, all right. Oh, sorry, friends. Sorry that I had to go do that. We're going to a Super Bowl party with at our friend's house tomorrow night, and we're supposed to pick something up that she ordered, and the place closes at 4. And if I had forgotten, that would have been really bad. And then if you heard me, like Nick was in there, he's got the TV on, he's on his phone, like watching some kind of video or something, and he has hearing aids, so he listens through his hearing aids. So I'm like, Nick, and I'm almost standing next to him, Nick. And he's like, are you done? I'm like, no. Anyhow, I just needed him to remind me, or else that'd be a problem. Oh, that would be a problem. I would feel so bad. I'm sorry, I forgot that, because they're closed on Sunday. All right, what are we doing? Okay, things I'm. You know what? I'm going to go with the smallest stamping block. It works on that. I recommend, so stamping. We've talked about lots of stamping things today. What we haven't talked about is stamping blocks. If you can, you want to use the smallest stamping block that you have, right? So I went really small. I could use this. I just have a lot more control. I have a lot more control. with the smaller stamping block. If I put this guy on this guy, it's still fine. There's just some room for wobbling. If I put this guy on this guy, because I have to go lowest common denominator, this is the only stamp block I have, but it has to be big for my bigger stamps. It certainly will work, but it makes your life much more difficult because you're trying to apply the right amount of pressure to get it in the right amount of space when it's little teeny tiny on a big block like this. So smaller that you have, the better. Here we go. Remember, we always test first. There we go. I prefer not to stamp all of my stamps at once. Okay? And the reason for that is, how do I normally do that? Hang on. I would like to see something. That little G kind of gets in the way. Things I'm looking forward to this year. Oh, there's the things I did well last year. Things I'd like to forget. This time of year, we actually use that stamp set quite a bit. Things I'm looking forward to this year. Things I'm looking forward to. Oh, normally I do this, do I? This winter? I don't think so, because I don't think that's going to fit. Yep, we're going to do this way. I bet if I looked at, that's how we're going to do it. It's just going to have to be that way. All right, I needed to, so let me go back. I'm sorry. Usually at this point, my mind wanders. Let me just stamp that. Okay. Oh, I know what I was saying. I stamp all of these stamps individually. You'll see I did that. I'm going to stamp each of these individually as opposed to stamping them all together. The reason I do that is because I like to control how close I am putting my stamps together. And if I am putting them all on the same block, I can't get them as close as I want them because, for example, this little bumper around this stamp is going to get in the way of the bumper around this stamp. So I like to just do them separate. And that's just a me thing, but that's why. If you're like, well, why don't you just put all those on the same stamping block? It would be much easier. Easier, yes, but it would not give me the outcome that I would like. Let's come back here. Oh. Where did I do that? I usually like to stamp in the same place because, oh, I guess that's it. I didn't leave myself much room though, because then I can see what things look like. Yeah. All right. Looking good there. All right. So what are you looking forward to this winter? What would be on your list? If you're listing with me, what's on your list? If you're not listing with me, what would be on your list? What are you looking forward to this winter? And if one of the things on your list is spring or it being over, like me, that is absolutely okay. I'm looking forward to winter being over. That's what I'm looking forward to. Good morning, Debbie Haynes from Sydney, Australia. It is 8:16 a.m. on Sunday morning here. We'll catch up on replay later to see what I missed. Okay, Debbie Haynes, since you're in another part of the world and it's tomorrow, we all want to know, did Taylor Swift make it on the plane to the Super Bowl? I mean, I know we all really know that. I'm just kind of having fun. Because I know it's not like you're in the future. That was quite a thing, right? When they're trying to see if Taylor Swift can make it back in time to be at the Super Bowl for her beau, for her boyfriend. Whoopsie. Oh, yep. Okay, clean them off and put them away. Clean them off and put them away right away. That's super important. Super important. Muy importante. That was, let me get one more size here. There we go. That's the one we want. You can't really see. I wasn't really thinking when I did that. Sometimes it's nice to do your test stamping in an area where you can like place everything to see what it looks like, but I couldn't do that there because it's in the way. So this, ooh, I guess this is going to go right there. Oh, this is going to bug me. There's going to be a little bit of trapped white space in between those. There's gonna be a little bit of trapped white space in between those, but I guess it's gonna have to be okay. Really, I should have gone a little bit higher and a little bit to the left of the G and a little bit higher, and it would have tucked in there quite nicely, but I did not do that. Will that work? I think it will. Yippers. It's gonna bug me, but not enough to do over, right? Not enough to do over. Things I'm looking forward to this winter. Yeah, should have been tucked up. That's okay. That's okay. Now, let's clean this off. What are you looking forward to? Karen, more indoor time with the fur babies. Very good. Nita said cooler weather. Karen, more snow. Enough to get the day off work, right? A little bit harder for us when we live in the land of snow. Karen lives in Colorado. Yeah, it's a little bit harder. It takes a little bit more snow for that to happen, right? Okay. So now we need something. Where we better get this over here to see what we're looking like. Right? Things I'm looking forward to this winter. One thing that we know we need to do is we need to do our little underline here because I need a little separator. All right. Now we need winter mini icons. And those would be right here, winter mini icons. So I am going to use one of these little those would be snowflakes, Layle. One of these snowflakes for each of the items on my list. The items on my list, the things I am looking forward to this winter. I have, this was a hard one. 5, there's only 5 things. There's just, winter is not my favorite, like I said. So let's see which one of these we'd like to do. How about if we do this one? Maybe this one. There's one I always use, which I need to clean off the back of him because clearly there's a little bit of lint or dirt on the back of that guy. So he's not wanting to stick as well to the little thing. All right, this little guy. Let's see if we like this one. Sure looks cute. What do we think? Do we like him? I think he's cute. So we need 5 things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that wasn't very good. I bobbled that a little bit. And now I wrote them too far apart. They are too far apart. So I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens there. Maybe I'm only looking forward to 4 things this winter. How about that? Okay. I know. I'll combine 2. Let's see. Getting out of town to warmer climate. Hawaii and Monterey. All right. So what I had, those were 2 separate things on my list. One was going to Hawaii, one was going to Carmel, Monterey. So I just put those into one, and now I've solved my issue with only having room for 4 things. Okay, next up. Another thing I'm looking forward to this winter is some work things. For sure, the 2023 Listing with Layle idea book. I'm looking forward to that. That may actually, well, I don't know. When is spring? What's the first day of spring? Because that's happening in March. That could end up being a little bit closer to spring. Oh, I just realized we probably should do another one of these here because we've got a double line everywhere else. I'm also looking forward to, I'm not looking forward to much, friends. Also looking forward to the 4-year. You can tell I don't like winter. Listing with Layle. Anniversary celebration. And then the very last one is spring. Winter is not my favorite. And I am really looking forward to it being over. All right, so there we go. Now we just need, we've got that to deal with. We've got some extra space there. March 21st is the first day of spring. Oh, okay, so it's gonna be right around then, right? Those things are gonna be right around then. I could say Super Bowl, that would be tomorrow. I am looking forward to the Super Bowl. I always enjoy watching that. I think it's going to be a good game this year, I hope, right? We hope it's a good game this year. Winter, oh, not enough room. I was going to say, if I had enough room, I could do that. Winter, to appreciate the beauty of a snowflake, it is necessary to stand out in the cold. Okay, all right, I guess. Guess if we want to have pretty snow, we got to have winter. All right, here. What do we want to do there? So we're almost done, friends. We are almost done with our listing for today. I just need to figure out what is going to go there. What is going to go there? Normally I would say, hey, let's put a word strip sticker there. The problem with that is we already have a word strip sticker here. So I think it'd be too much, you know, matchy. Let's look in here. Oh, I think there may be some fun things that we want to use in here. Like, well, not there, but in another place. This little, where did I just see it? I just saw it. Oh, maybe this little flower. This is kind of cute. Like right there, maybe. Let's put that right there. Okay. That still didn't solve my issue down here, but we'll figure it out. Another snowflake, maybe? Did you go?
I'm going right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, what else are you getting?
That was in my pocket.
Oh, okay. All right, see you in a bit.
All right.
Thank you, dear.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye, Nick. Goodbye, Nikki. All right. God, that was fast. He showered really quick. I know, item 5, I combined it. In the warmer climate. So let's see. I mean, we could do something like this. Let's just see what something like this looks like. Like this says cozy, comfy, cuddly. Now, if I put it there, that kind of works, but not really because it still leaves a space. And then here, I don't know. It just looks like I kind of shoved it there to me, but maybe it's just going to get shoved there. There's probably nothing here that says it's over. Cozy, comfy, bundle up, the snow life, winter wonder. I wish it was over. No, it doesn't say I wish it was over. Let's stay inside. That really works. However, let's stay inside. The color doesn't really work because there's not much of that color that I've used over here. Like this, right? See, let's stay inside. It kind of doesn't work. It brings in too much of the orange. Now I notice there's a whole bunch of orange there. So no, we don't want that. I think we'll just go with the cozy, comfy, cuddly. That works. But I will move this. I will move it. And then I did happen to see that there was a little heart here, maybe. Maybe we just do this little pink heart. Or no, we better not do a snowflake. I think a snowflake would look odd because we have snowflakes already. Heart. Cozy, comfy, cuddly. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's not perfect. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and one thing I'm going to do, Karen, there's another one where it's super cute on the B side, but well, actually that's the A side. It's super cute on the opposite side, but I'm not going to use it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put a strip of double-sided tape right there because as I get deeper and deeper into my insert, the left page becomes a little bit, it wants to, well, it just bends a little bit, right? That's not the right word. Did I already put adhesive on the rest of that? No. Dummy, hang on. Duh, that's not gonna hold the whole page. I want to put that double-sided adhesive right here because as that paper tends to, there's so much that's happened on this side that it has to kind of follow that curve a little bit. If I do this, that double-sided tape will make sure that that part stays nice and secure. All right? Okay, friends. Oh boy. All right. I am going to turn off the lights. I am going to unplug and rotate the camera. Oh my gosh, we didn't even talk about prizes today. What the heck? What the heck? Hang on. Rotate. We did not even talk about prizes. Well, we did talk about prizes, but I didn't say what they were. So today we have 3. Oh, right. We have 3 prizes. The first prize is all of the leftovers. I know that sounds weird, but really it's not. Basically, all of this from Love Story. I only used it for one list, you guys. So that is the 6x8 pad, the big bits, the washi, the bits and pieces, the floral bits, the journal bits, sticker book, all of that. So it's basically, I used very little of that. And so that will be one prize, all of that Love Story stuff. The second prize will be the I Heart This stamp set that I use, not the one that I use, you get a new one, that I used here, that I Heart This stamp set. And then the third prize is another stamp, and it's one I didn't even use, but it is the, not the winter, it is the Love mini icons. I swear I had those out. Oh, here they are. The Love mini icons. Okay, the Love mini icon stamp set. So all giveaways love related today. Okay, friends, so we are not together next weekend. Let's fix that. We're not together next weekend, so we are not together on February 17th. I will be out of town. I will be getting out of town to the warmer climate. Nick and I will be in Hawaii because he is business. So we get to go every year because he goes for business. So we will not be, now, house will be here. Someone will be at our house. Sam comes when we're gone because he cat sits. So just so you know, in case someone was trying to think they should come to our house while we're not here. So we will not be listing on Saturday the 17th. No, that's wrong. We are listing on Saturday the 17th because, sorry, Reggie just brought me a fresh kill, which would be one of his air pockets. We are listing on the 17th because we don't leave until the 18th. So I apologize. We will be listing on Saturday the 17th. We will not be listing the following Saturday, which is Saturday the 24th. There's a schedule through March that you will see the Layle by Mail Facebook group, Layle by Mail Facebook page, on the blog. It's at the bottom of all the emails that go out. So you can always find when we're listing. So next week, yes, 17th, 24th, no. What else? Oh, I will be doing a What's New Wednesday this week because I have some new things to share. But other than that, I think that's the plan, guys. So if you are around on the 17th, I would love to see you here on Saturday. Otherwise, I hope to see you a Saturday, or if not, I hope to see you somewhere on the interwebs. Now, I haven't looked at the chat in a bit, so let me just check really quick. Let's see. Yes, I'm decluttering. Exactly. I'm decluttering. Look, let's be honest. I have so much stuff to use. I'm not going to use this. Like, I could save it. I'm not going to use it. So I might as well share. Yes, I'm sharing. Decluttering. I like it. I'm decluttering. That's good, Tammy. It's gently used. Very barely gently used. Just a few pieces used. All right, friends. I think that's it. Just check the chat. So I think we're good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for tuning in again today. Thank you for giving me, like I said earlier, a space and an opportunity to just play. And this saying is not anything I would ever say. It's just not me, but it really explains it. It fills my cup, right? It just gives me what I need. It gives me that boost. It makes me feel creative, and it just, I love hanging out with you guys and engaging, and anyhow, thank you. So giveaways, leave a comment on the video when it's over, not here in the chat, and when we're together again on the 17th, right before, I'll announce the giveaways. We'll be ready to go. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and if you are a football fan, I hope your team wins, okay? All right, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.